Oh, hello everybody and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet with the Dizzle. What's up? How's everybody doing? How's Dizzle doing?
Hey, what's up?
No. What's up? What's up? How you doing?
No, I didn't know this story until you just mentioned it. So I'm checking it out.
Ignorant. This is what we're dealing with. Look. This is what we're dealing
literally reading the Wall Street Journal. Talk amongst yourselves while I become a master of this topic.
Ooh, beast.
In
Okay,
90 seconds.
So from the title, it's quite obvious. Today I wasn't sure if I actually wanted to go live. Then I did it anyway. And I was thinking of doing a different topic today if I was going to go live. But today, early in the morning, the prosecutor of the thing, the ICC, said that he has, as a result of a long-lasting, month-long panel of independent advisors, he is now submitting a request, a demand for an arrest warrant for different individuals within the Israeli government and the Hamas leadership. So there's one thing that needs to be clarified off the very, 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 very start, which is a lot of people, when the news broke, first thought or said the ICC issued arrest warrants. That's not really what happened. So there is currently no arrest warrant for any of these people. There is, however, a demand, a request by the main ICC prosecutor, whose name is Karim Khan, to issue an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, Yahya Sinwar, Ismail Haniyeh, and Mohammed Daif. Now, the first thing that I thought when I saw this news was, what the hell? How disgusting. I get it. I get it. I get it that they're looking into things and they want to summon certain people, but I mean, just look at this list. I mean, you have these individuals, these two people here, Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, very educated, credible people listed together under Yahya Sinwar, the monkey, Ismail Haniyeh, the barbarian, and Mohammed Daif, this terrorist who nobody even knows what he's doing right now.
Hey, those dudes are. It's funny. I'm reading an article as you were talking about these dudes, and it said there are little consequences because these guys are already believed to be hiding in tunnels. They're already hiding in tunnels. So it's like, how are you getting those guys?
Except for this guy, Ismail Haniyeh. He has been in Qatar for many years. Recently, he was.
What's to say? It says, hang on. It says leaders named in the application for arrest warrants include the heads of the militant group's armed wing, Yahya Sinwar and Mohammed Daif. It's funny. His name is like Daif, which means weak. Who are believed to be hiding in tunnels inside Gaza. Oh, yeah. Ismail Haniyeh, the head of Hamas's political wing, and also named in the application, is based in Doha, and isn't welcome in most Western countries. They're pointing out that it doesn't actually, they're pointing out how it doesn't affect these guys much because this guy's not going to be in any Western countries anyway where they could snatch him up. They're pointing out that the place has no jurisdiction over the U.S., but there are countries where they would actually lock up Netanyahu if they were to go through with the warrant and so on. But
Yeah, this is
yeah,
funny.
so one of the guys is in a place where they can't touch him, and two of the guys are in tunnels. So
This is funny. I just looked up this guy because I know that this is not his real name, but I wanted to check what his real name actually is, and it's Mohammed al-Masri, which means from Egypt, the Egyptian, which is very common among Palestinians. However, he is called Mohammed Daif because apparently Masri joined Hamas in 1987 and became known as Mohammed Daif, meaning guest in Arabic, possibly in reference to the nomadic lifestyle he adopted to avoid being targeted. That's a very funny thing. He's usually very, very much underground.
usually very much weak.
He should have been dead. Should have been.
The pathetic little weakling.
But he's hiding. He's hiding. That's what he does.
Weakling.
You're hiding, boy. You're hiding.
That's what they do.
He's hiding because he's weak. He knows he's not strong.
Yes. So now here is the thing. Lots of people in the morning. I just want to quickly refer to my own Twitter feed because I responded to certain things that I thought were significant to me during the. Wait, I forgot what this. Do you like this? Do you like my meme, David?
Who's it? Iran into a mountain. How did you die? I ran into a mountain. Oh, good one.
It's terrible. And then somebody else.
Someone threw Iraq, so I ran into a mountain.
Yeah, you did not see that coming. Anyway, so helicopters. Now, one of the people who is. This guy is a very poor, very terrible journalist, but he, in the morning, started blasting and started putting out tweets saying, the ICC has issued arrest warrants. They're criminals now. And it's up to Community Notes and others to tell him ICC has not issued any arrest warrant. So this is one of those many examples. There are so many others who have been saying since morning ICC issued an arrest warrant. So what actually happened is that the ICC prosecutor Karim Khan issued, and here's the declaration. I have it somewhere here. He announced that he is going to seek an arrest warrant for these people. What happens then as a result of that? What happens next is that a pre-trial, certain judges on the ICC then review the case to see if the evidence fits or not, and depending on that, they then come to a conclusion and issue an arrest warrant, or they might reject it or throw it out. So at this point, it is not guaranteed that that there is actually an arrest warrant, an international arrest warrant against any of the people mentioned there. And this guy also went to great lengths to go on TV and to explain that that this is not a case of being biased or giving into emotions or being anti-Semitic and all that. It's all based on credible stuff and this and that. However, it's a little bit weird that like the one time that they start going against these extremely brutal, barbaric, homicidal bastards here is when they also decide to go against Israeli leaders. However, very briefly, I just want to break this down here. So he said, today I am filing applications for warrants of arrest before pre-trial Chamber 1 of the International Criminal Court in the situation in the state of Palestine. Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Diab Ibrahim al-Masri Daif, Ismail Haniyeh, On the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe that Yahya Sinwar, head of the Islamic resistance movement Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Mohammed Deif, more commonly known as Deif, commander-in-chief of the military wing of Hamas, known as the Al-Qassam Brigades, and Ismail Haniyeh, head of Hamas political bureau, bear criminal responsibility for the following war crimes and crimes against humanity committed on the territory of Israel and the state of Palestine. This is... I don't really know what to think about this right now, but this is one thing that people, as they were reading it, got stuck on, thinking, wait, what is this? Where it says crimes against humanity committed on the territory of Israel and the state of Palestine.
That's the territory of Israel and the state of Palestine. Isn't that funny? Like, Israel's a territory and Palestine's a state. Is that what you're talking about? Because that is funny.
Yeah, that's what people are saying, and I still don't really know what to think about it.
Hey, can we back up as far as this lawyer, as far as this prosecutor? Have you looked that guy up? I did. I just did.
Yeah, he's an Ahmadi Muslim.
Yeah, Karim Assad Ahmed Khan. Let me read the description, because he's an Ahmadi. Khan's father, a consultant dermatologist, was born in Pakistan. His mother, a state-registered nurse, was born in the United Kingdom. Khan is a member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. He was first married to Yasmin Rahmamona, the daughter of the fourth caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. So this guy's important. He married the leader of the entire sect, dude's daughter. Sect, AP. Yes, he had sex with the leader of his sect.
Oh,
Mirza Tahir Ahmed. That's the leader of that's the fourth Ahmadi caliph. He is currently married to Dato Shiamela. Why would you marry someone called Shiamel?
That sounds very
Why would you want someone? Alexander, a Malaysian lawyer. He has two sons. He has a sister and two brothers, one of whom is the former British Conservative MP and convicted sex offender Imran Ahmed Khan. So his brother is a convicted child sexual assault. Oh my goodness. I looked that dude up. Whoa. Okay. Hopefully it's not a family thing and it was just his brother was just a weirdo creepazoid. Let's see. In 2020, in June 2021, Ahmed Khan, that's his brother, was charged on suspicion of historical sexual offense by groping a 15-year-old boy. So he's into young boys. He's into teenage boys.
This is just getting weirder and weirder.
This is the family you want deciding what's right and wrong with the world. Okay.
Yeah, doesn't have to mean anything. It could be that these are just, these are just his family, and he's not like that at all. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Brother,
this stuff is all connected with the Pakistanis. They have like insanely high rates of child sexual abuse, and lots of the people, Afghanistan too, where men don't feel like it's gay if it's with a young boy. If it's with a boy, they don't feel like it's gay. Once he has a beard, then if you bang him, then you're gay. But when they're young, they don't think of it that way.
That sounds very stupid.
That's pretty creepy, but I've had this explained to me multiple times by people.
That sounds pretty stupid. So anyway, and Ismail Haniyeh bear criminal responsibility, baga baga boo boo boo. I think, so here's the thing. I would also have an issue with this description here, but I think from my interpretation, it is put this way on the territory of Israel and the state of Palestine because it is speaking about these guys and what they did from their perspective, where they, within the state of Palestine, the pretend state of Palestine in the Gaza Strip, where they're mainly located, they did things, and then they also did within parts of Israel, which means in the territory of Israel. And I do come to this conclusion because when you go down here to the Israelis, to Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, it says committed on the territory of the state of Palestine from at least 8 October.
But even there, he says the territory of the state of the territory of the state of Palestine.
But I think what
Hey.
they're doing that because they're just trying to refer to the official international name of it, which when the Palestinians declared their state. Wait a minute, no, Israel is also known as the state of Israel.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, you know, it would have been awesome if you read this and it said, and this would have allowed us to take it a bit more seriously. If it said, and accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity in the state of Israel and the fantasy land of Palestine. Wouldn't it be cool if they said fantasy land of Palestine?
Yes. Okay, now I gave it the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, okay, this is just, and I do still hold on to that interpretation a little bit. But why in the world did they use state of Palestine when referring to Palestine, but only Israel when referring to Israel? Because I thought it's because internationally Israel is known as Israel and Palestine is known as state of Palestine, but
It's not. It's an occupied territory.
But Israel is also known as state of Israel officially. So
no, it's the occupied territory of Israel.
I don't know. This is kind of weird. Not reading anything into it. Definitely not. No. Crimes against humanity committed on the territory of Baghdad on 7th of October. Now here they list a few of the things, and I will go into more detail on these. But extermination as a crime against humanity, contrary to Article 7.1b of the Rome Statute. This is a very important one, which is why I will separately pull this up and bring it forth in a little bit. Murder is a crime against humanity, contrary to the Article 7.1a, and is a war crime, contrary to Article 8.2ci. Taking hostages as a war crime, contrary to this article. Rape and other acts of sexual violence as crimes against humanity. This is what I find so hypocritical, not from the ICC, but from people who are now reporting on this and who are saying, look, Israelis, the Netanyahu will be prosecuted, it is genocide, while the entire time they were denying any kind of sexual assault or anything coming from Hamas. Here is their so beloved ICC that just put in a request for arrest warrants, saying that they want these Hamas leaders for multiple war crimes, including rape and other acts of sexual violence, as crimes against humanity, contrary to Article 7.1g, and also as war crimes pursuant to Article 8.2e6 in the context of captivity. Torture as a crime against humanity, and also a war crime in the context of captivity, so torturing captives. Other inhumane acts as a crime against humanity, contrary to Article so-and-so, again, against captives. Cruel treatment as a war crime against captives. Outrageous upon personal dignity as a war crime, contrary to this article in the context of captivity. What they probably refer to here is some of the I don't know, like personal humiliations, but also public things that they have done, like publishing videos and using the hostages in humiliating ways, forcing them to say different things. I mean, just yesterday I saw this. We are seriously to equate these two sides to each other when Hamas is the side that actually records a video like this, but only then ends up not publishing it, probably because they think, okay, well, this will make us look really, really bad, so we should probably abstain from it. Here. Israel found tapes in Gaza of Hamas forcing 80-year-old hostage Ella Eliakim to film propaganda videos. Ella was freed weeks later and the footage wasn't released. Her family has now asked for the video to be shared for the world to see Hamas's evil. They actually put this little girl
then
there.
Share it.
אני אלה אליקים, הבת של נועם, ואני בת 8, ואני מבקשת מבי שישחרר אותנו, ואני שבויה של חמאס.
They take a little 80-year-old girl as hostage and put her in front of the camera and record her to send a message to use her as a hostage in order to reach certain military political goals. A little 8-year-old girl. In the end, they didn't end up publishing this they actually kept the recording and never made it public. I don't know, maybe because somebody thought, wait a minute, okay, I guess we shouldn't be doing this because this seems to really, really morally terrible. However, they did record it and still have it stored. And they also used other kids for propaganda.
Two things. One, in their defense, all the Dawa guys believe that this is a fully grown adult woman.
Yes.
So they don't view it as using a child for propaganda. They're using a fully grown adult woman for propaganda purposes. Two, that logo looks like it was drawn with a Sharpie. And I suspect that they made that little girl draw it with a pack of Crayola markers and a Sharpie.
David, we know that Islamists are not very creative. We know that Islamists are not very good. We know that they're terrible at this.
I mean, look at it. It's actually done with Crayola markers and a Sharpie.
Do you have to rub it in? We know they probably know it too, and they don't want to. They don't want you to point this out every single time.
We should have a video where it's a Hamas guy, but he's pointing it out. He's standing in front of this, like, and look at the level of technology we have. We have to use Sharpies. Is this fair? Is this fair that we have to use Sharpies for our logos? Huh?
Mm-hmm. And the important thing about this issue also is, so it was published, and the parents and others then made public statements about it and talked to the media. But so according to the girl's statements, she had to. So it says the 8-year-old Ella says the terrorists asked her to refilm the video repeatedly in different clothing, did her hair, and put a bandage on her to make it look like she was being treated well, despite being held in harsh conditions and moved between many houses. According to military sources, this is evidence of Hamas's cruelty toward an 8-year-old child. But she, this is very much summarized, but apparently, like they kept her there to repeatedly instruct her on what to say, changing clothes, making her look a certain way, repeatedly taking this footage and just end up not publishing it. And these are totally like put together on a list with people like Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And no matter what you think about these people, right? No matter what you think about these people, really, man, you put these guys together with these lowly, subhuman filth terrorists here.
I'm sitting here reading Netanyahu's response. Dude doesn't know the concept of like backing down or being intimidated by something.
Oh yeah. He's going hardcore right now. What is he saying? What is he saying?
He's saying, as the Prime Minister of Israel, I reject with contempt the comparison of the prosecutor in The Hague between democratic Israel and the mass murderers of Hamas.
And it's a pretty good impression, man.
I promise you one thing. The attempt to tie Israel's hands will fail. There's all this stuff about him saying we're not stopping until Hamas is destroyed, and nothing you guys can do will make us stop destroying Hamas until they're gone.
This chat here just briefly, perfectly summarized it.
What?
Netanyahu said, "Go F yourself," pretty much. Yep, that's what he did. That's what they do. That's what they do. So extermination refers to genocidal acts, but we'll come to that in a little bit in a second. My office submits that the war crimes alleged in the application were committed in the context of an international armed conflict between Israel and Palestine, and a non-international armed conflict between Israel and Hamas running in parallel. We submit that the crimes against humanity charged were part of a widespread and systematic attack. Anyway, I'm going to quickly skip this for a moment and go down here to the Israeli part. He also says, I again reiterate my call for the immediate release of all hostages taken from Israel and for their safe return to their families. This is a fundamental requirement of international humanitarian law. Okay, that's very cool that you're putting this down here. However, we don't hear very much about this, do we? Now here is the part where it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. It says, on the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yoav Gallant, the Minister of Defense of Israel, bear criminal responsibility for the following war crimes and crimes against humanity committed on the territory of the Palestine in Gaza from at least 8 October 2023. It then says, starvation of civilians as a method of warfare as a war crime contrary to Article 82b25 of the statute. The issue here is, it says starvation of civilians as a war crime. I said earlier that accusations of starvation were around since November. I was wrong. I actually checked today. They were actually around since October. And one of the first people who actually talked about it was none other than this guy. It was none other than this guy, accusing Israel of possibly using starvation and famine to mass kill people in Gaza. Since November, we have heard repeatedly that Gaza is on the brink of a major famine, on the brink of starvation. People are about to die. Children are about to die in masses. We are currently in May. At the end of May, it still did not happen. Okay, who in the hell survives that long in a starvation? We have videos coming out from Gaza where we have people still operating restaurants in quite a normal fashion, celebrating, eating regular meals, and so on. There are some people on Twitter and TikTok and other social media platforms who regularly watch Gazan footage or Gazan posts and share them with the public. And one of those people is here. This account, Imshin, I would always recommend following and watching. She delivers stuff that comes out from Gaza, which is recorded in Gaza all the time.
موجودة مول الأيام العادية مول أبو دلال طبعا موجودة ومعروضة عندنا حلاوة.
Look at this. You go to stores in America and you don't see that much put together on a shelf.
These shelves are making me hungry.
Abu Dhabi supermarket in Nusayrat had opened with pre-war prices today. Abu Salah went to check it out, and so on. This is published. When was it? Today. Yeah. Different instances of people reporting from restaurants, advertising for restaurants, celebrating, and so on. It doesn't look like this is a famine. It doesn't look like there's a starving population out there. Okay, there might be some regions that are currently under heavy fighting where things may be bad, but there clearly is no such thing as such a blockade that there is a complete stop or deliberate starvation of the people of Gaza ongoing. It's ridiculous. To this day, there is no credible, proper evidence that is taking place. What they have evidence for, even according to this report, is that at certain points in the Gaza Strip, food was at some points insufficient for different reasons, and they count this as reasonable grounds to believe that there may be an orchestrated starvation of the population. However, they don't have clear evidence for that, which is it needs to go through a trial in order to analyze the evidence to then further come to conclusions on that. And in fact, the pre-trial chamber may also review that and then decide that there is not enough evidence to suggest that, or they might decide that there is evidence, and then they might present the evidence. So far, I haven't seen any. Willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health contrary to Article 82A3 or cruel treatment as a war crime. Willful killing. Is this how you spell willful? Somewhere?
No, it's not. Neither is it an willfully. Oh, yeah, you're asking is that an acceptable spelling in a different country?
Yeah. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe maybe it is in somewhere where they speak like Richard Dawkins, I don't know. Willful killing contrary to Article this and this, or murder as a war crime contrary to Article 8. Intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population as a war crime.
Oh, yeah.
contrary to
British
these
spelling.
articles.
British spelling, just so you know.
Oh, really?
I looked it up.
Is?
An
It looks
acceptable
disgusting.
British spelling.
It looks
It's
disgusting.
like driving on the wrong side of the road and crap.
Look, don't you think it looks disgusting? Look at this. What the hell is this?
It looks stupid. It does look like, I would think, like, keep in mind, not everyone is going to look it up. They're just going to think whoever wrote this is an idiot.
Intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population as a war crime contrary to these articles. Extermination and or murder contrary to these articles, including in the context of deaths caused by starvation as a crime against humanity. This is a very important one. We will have to look this up. Persecution as a crime against humanity, contrary to this article, other inhumane acts as crimes. So it looks very much like, aside from the starvation and intentional directing against a civilian population, much of it seems pretty vague, but it does include, again, the whole extermination allegation here, which has to be established. I'm really not sure what kind of evidence they're relying on there. I still haven't seen any. When it comes to extermination, which they also allege against Hamas, by the way, it's quite clear. We have their written statements, we have their speeches, and so on. It's quite clear that they have genocidal intent. I'm not sure how they can find or even suggest genocidal intent on the Israeli part. And I know there are people in the chat who say, please, I have still so far not seen actual proper evidence that Israel is committing a genocide or that Israel has an intention of committing a genocide. Neither of these things, I think, can be established, can be pointed out, can be pointed at. I still haven't seen it. I don't know what these guys have. I can definitely show you the genocidal intent on. Ahmed Muslir said, "Go watch Al Jazeera." Watching Al Jazeera itself should be a war crime. So my office submits. My office submits that the war crimes alleged in these applications were committed in the context of this and this and that. Submits that the evidence we have collected, including interviews with survivors and eyewitnesses, authenticated video, photo, audio material, satellite imagery, and statements from the alleged perpetrator group, shows that Israel has intentionally and systematically deprived the civilian population in all parts of Gaza of objects indispensable to human survival. Again, extremely vague. This occurred through the imposition of a total siege of Gaza that involved completely closing 3 border crossing points, Rafah, Kerem Shalom, and Erez, from 8th of October for extended periods, and then by arbitrarily restricting the transfer of essential supplies, including food and medicine, through the border crossing after they were reopened. The siege also included cutting off cross-border water pipelines from Israel to Gaza, Gazans' principal source of clean water, for a prolonged period beginning 9th of October and cutting off and hindering electricity supplies from at least 8th October until today. This took place alongside other attacks on civilians, including those queuing for food. Not sure what they're relying on there. Obstruction of aid delivery by humanitarian agencies and attacks on and killing of aid workers. We have only one instance of this being confirmed, and the IDF actually admitting that this happened, and the IDF saying that it is their fault and they will take action, and they have taken action. I'm not sure that such an instance would qualify as evidence of deliberate killings or mass killings of humanitarian aid workers, because it was admitted by the IDF as a wrongdoing, as a mistake, upon which harsh corrections were issued, which forced many agencies to cease or limit their operations in Gaza. My office submitted that these acts were committed as part of a common plan to use starvation as a method of war. Still, I have seen no evidence. And other acts of violence against the Gazan civilian population as a means to eliminate Hamas, secure the return of hostages which Hamas abducted, and collectively punish the civilian population of Gaza, whom they perceived as a threat to Israel. Okay, now this is a very, very important point here. So they are acknowledging that the first the first goal here is to eliminate Hamas.
Mhm.
The common plan includes, number one, eliminating Hamas; two, securing the return of the hostages which Hamas has abducted. But then they say, three, collectively punish the civilian population of Gaza, whom they perceive as a threat to Israel.
Why would they perceive them as a threat, AP?
Why
Why might someone think that the population of Gaza bears some responsibility in all of this?
Well. There are different things that I can think of. For example, this one.
You could start with the election, for instance.
No, I'll just start with
And
this
then
one. We
current
don't even go
polls.
back
That's a
that
good one to start.
Here, we can just start with this one. Over 70% of Palestinians support Hamas's October 7th terror attack.
So there's that.
And this is according to a poll. I think this is directly from the here, Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research. So you can't allege that this is just some biased thing. This is from the Palestinian-led poll. Over 70% of Palestinians support Hamas's October 7 terror attack. I'm going to say something very harsh.
Don't do it.
But if you are involved in a war where one side explicitly goes out and says, we will end and eradicate Israel and the Israelis, and we will kill the Jews, and this and that, and explicitly say we will cleanse this land of the Jews, and they commit an attack like the one on October 7th, with so much evidence of brutal cruelties committed against civilians, and we are in the middle of this war, and the civilian population on the other side, to 70% agrees with those actions, with genocidal intent, with genocidal actions. Yes, October 7th was a genocide. It was a genocidal act. If 70% of the other side agrees with that, then why in the hell does it matter what the hell happens to them? Why would you not perceive them as a threat? Especially if Hamas goes around always clothing themselves in civilian clothing, always using civilian clothing when they are fighting inside Gaza, when they use regular jeans and t-shirts, right, with Nike or whatever it is on them, to shoot or to throw grenades or to quickly grab the RPG launcher that they just hid over there to fire against Israelis. And within all that, the civilian population to 70% supports their genocidal act. Why in the world would Israel not perceive them collectively as a threat? I mean, how in the world does this make sense? It's like, I have to use my words very carefully here, because anything you say here could be suggested, could be taken as suggesting like genocide or suggesting genocidal action. But here is the issue. I live in a home, right? I have a neighbor. I know for a fact that the entire family over there, because they make it very obvious and they explicitly say it, the entire family in that house, and that house is full of people. There are like 20 people in one little home. They all believe that all the residents of my home need to be killed. Some of them come over and they actually kill some of mine. So I start shooting and I say, you know what, at this point, I don't care. I will shoot anything that moves over there. Because I know that they all have the same idea. They all have the same idea. They all think we all should be killed. So what does it really matter? I have to look out for my own safety. I will shoot if I see a movement, if I see something moving, right? And in the middle of that fight, then, while I am defending myself, the authorities come and they're like, oh, whoa, hold on. Why are you trying to eradicate those people? Really, man? It looks like this is just we are just at such a point where these international laws seem to really brutally and horribly fail. I don't care what you say. If you think that the so-called Palestinian side is the victim here, that the so-called Palestinian side is kind of on a moral equivalent here, that Israel should not be defending themselves. If you think that the Palestinian Hamas side did not initiate and did not start this genocidal act, you are simply an idiot, and you shouldn't be taken seriously. You shouldn't be taking yourself seriously. You shouldn't be taking yourself seriously. We have seen very clearly for almost a century now, it has been the Arab side that has repeatedly insisted on fighting instead of sitting down and having a peace agreement. It has always been the so-called Palestinian side, an identity which only exists because Israel came into existence. That we have only seen aggressions, only seen hostilities from their side. Israel, you could argue that of all the wars that have happened between Israel and Arab nations or Arab people, you could argue or debate about only one of those and say, okay, maybe that one was initiated by Israel as a preemptive strike. All others were started by the other side. Israel has always been the one to try and sit down and reach a peace solution. Even to give away land which they took in defense, to say, here, have this land, recognize us, let's make peace. And yet we have these bastards here attacking once again, clearly indicating genocidal intent. And when Israel finally says, you know what, enough is enough, we're going to finish this once and for all, nobody can stop us, then it's like, oh no, no, this is bad, genocide. What genocide, man? Yeah. David, what's up?
Man, how much longer, man?
How much longer are we doing
They
this?
got him cornered in they got him cornered down there at the bottom.
Well. And we have seen it since the beginning of this war. Israel has been repeatedly, I mean, just over the last 2 weeks, right, since the whole Rafah situation was initiated, what Israel did was to move 1 million people to a non-combat zone through safe corridors, arranged that, put all kinds of resources into this, for a week or more, bombarded the place with flyers saying, hey, leave, evacuate, go to this place, you will not be safe. Making calls repeatedly, even to people who say, no, we're not leaving, don't call us anymore. They would still call and say, leave, you have to leave or you might die. Repeatedly, they have been trying to educate and to prevent the civilian population that actually wants to die from dying, from getting killed in a war. And now some clowns there want to come out and accuse Israel of being the ones who engage in extermination of a civilian population because they perceive them as a threat. Oh boy. Ortho Christos said, AP, stop already. You're literally sounding like Hamas tight now. You are embarrassing yourself. Really? Am I sounding like Hamas? Why did I ever
Dude,
say...
you sound like Hamas tight.
First off, I don't even believe that you're a Christian. Secondly, I don't even believe that you are actually sympathetic to any of this stuff. You just came here to troll or to present the Nick Fuentes perspective. Third of all, I think you are most definitely, I can guarantee, most definitely going to follow up with some horrible shit about Jews, right? Prove me wrong, please. And What Hamas, man? Do you really want to bring Hamas out here? Do you really want to show what Hamas is all about? Did I say something like, "Oh, Arabs need to be eradicated. We should get rid of all of them"? Did I say something like that? Because that's what Hamas says about Jews, again and again, just quite recently. They think there is an eradication in order which they are working for. I'm sorry. I don't believe for a second that you are an actual Christian. If you are a Christian, then you are an absolute imbecile.
Do you believe he's an actual groiper?
Imbecile, because you are here
hey.
speaking up for the people who who also want you dead. By the way,
Someone said Rochester 92 said Ortho Christos is a groiper. He was in here before, so yeah, his groiper status is confirmed.
Yeah, I would say you should do what your hero did in the end. Yes. So,
hey, have you seen that? Inspiring Philosophy earlier responded to a tweet by another one of the groipers, but it was another tweet about why can't Christians and Muslims unite against evil? And of course, Inspiring Philosophy replied, and he goes, that's good. Christians and Muslims should unite against the evil of adults having sex with little kids. But you go over to the dude's page, and it's all Jews. It's always funny that these guys go and they put out tweets and comment on people's stuff, and it's like, shouldn't Christians and Muslims unite against evil? And you think, because some people will think that, oh yeah, there's so much evil, why don't we unite? And you look at what they're actually talking about as, can't we agree to get together and wipe out the Jews? Gropers, man, gropers. Gotta love the gropers.
These gropers are, they don't even believe in what they're saying. Like when they come out and do these things, like, oh, we should totally be supporting each other. We all know the Jews are the problem.
The Jews. We got 2 billion Muslims. We got 2 billion Muslims in the world, and 2 billion Christians, and 15 million Jews. So
they don't even have any opinion on this conflict.
The Christians and the Muslims. The Christians and Muslims unite. That'll be half the world's population, over 4 billion people. Maybe then we'll be able to stand against the Jews. These guys have borderline deified Jews while claiming to want to destroy them and so on.
They literally think everything negative that happens is because of the Jews. The Jews. You know what? I love Jews. And I don't think that they are that great. I don't think that they're as great. I don't think that they're as great as you absolute imbeciles think the Jews are. You guys think you think the Jews are some superhuman people who are behind the scenes having supernatural powers and controlling everything, and they are having their hands literally in your pocket.
Lasers.
And
space lasers.
With space lasers reading your minds and immediately finding out when you wake up in the morning what you are up to so that they can give you a bad day and all that. You people are absolutely insane, man. You should all put yourselves into some asylum or something. Anyway,
yeah, I have to agree with Destiny when he was asked which religion he would join. He's talking to Suleiman Ahmed, who was like, Jews. There's a Jew hiding over there. Oh my goodness, there's a Jew behind over there. I hurt my pinky this morning. It was a Jew. He did it. I was like that, and Destiny's just like, if I want to convert to something, I guess I'd pick the Jews since they control the entire world, according to you.
Jews can do everything. Yeah.
If I'm ever gonna meet any Jew in my life, I'm gonna slaughter them. I swear to God, I promise you. We're coming for you. Yes, someone's coming for you, you little bitch. You filthy Jew.
You like
filthy.
Why is he spitting on his own camera?
Yeah. Look. The Jews made me ruin my own camera. Look what the Jews did. They used their mind control. Imagine this guy in court. No, I didn't want to say that. The Jews used mind control on me to make me say that.
My laptop broke because of the wetness, but it's because the Jews made me spit on it, so that's why it broke.
Yeah, and let me tell you what I'm gonna do when I see one. I'm so mad. Let me like smash my own computer right now to show you. Yeah, what? You like that? Oh, how's that make you feel, Jews? I'm destroying my own stuff. Oh, now I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna pee all over my room. Yeah, how's that make you feel? I'm gonna take a whiz over all my
You like
walls.
Hitler? Like you like what
Well,
Hitler?
hell,
Yes.
we're gonna have to see something.
What is the origin of the name Philistine? Oh,
Whoa, there you go.
Wait a minute. It's not even a poster or anything. It's just on his screen. Like he just put it on his screen or something, and wants to show it. What is this, man? It's like a 12-year-old in the body of a 20-something-year-old or whatever it is. Like he actually put this on his. I initially thought this is a poster, but it's just from a screen. What an imbecile, man.
Philistine. Oh, wow. Wow, amazing. What is your name? Nice to meet you.
I ain't gonna tell you my name, you filthy Jew. I hope you die. I hope Hamas take you down, eat you alive. No.
Okay, right now you are alive. Listen.
Free Palestine will be free, you piece of shit.
Many Israelis are watching at you right now. What do you want to tell them?
Oh, free Palestine, inshallah, Palestine Harabiyya, you piece of shit. You're gonna victimize yourself? You're gonna call me a terrorist for defending Palestine?
You said that you want to slaughter me just because I'm Jewish.
We are gonna be
actually.
slaughtered.
By the way, this
back to Germany, you piece of shit.
Yeah, this conversation is recorded, okay?
Record it all you want. Get posted everywhere. Free Palestine. It's free Palestine.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
From river to the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, think about just pay attention to that guy's perfect English. Where's that guy live? Oh, somewhere in the West. He's in a Western nation talking about slaughtering any Jew he finds.
And telling Jews in Israel to go back to Germany. Man. What a mad world. Together with other attacks and collective punishments against civilian populations are acute, visible, and widely known. Cool. And have been confirmed by multiple witnesses interviewed by my office, including local and international media, medical doctors.
Medical doctor?
Well, did I remove
Including the greatest Savite meat.
They include malnutrition, dehydration, profound suffering, and an increasing number of deaths among the Palestinian population, including babies, other children, and women. Okay, but here's the thing. If I saw it, I would believe it, right? So far, the only evidence that I've ever seen for any of this is the unfortunate deaths of certain children that had conditions like cerebral palsy in severe ways, or that had other conditions which prevent them from eating food the regular way, and they have to get their hydration and nutrients or in through tubes and things like that. And as a result of the war, there were a handful of such children that actually died. I still don't know of any evidence of regular, random, healthy children dying from starvation. I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Yeah, the
If
only
anyone can
evidence
link
of
it, blink it. I haven't seen it.
what are the claims there? Malnutrition, dehydration, and profound suffering. The only evidence I've seen of malnutrition, dehydration, and profound suffering was the Princeton kids when they went on their hunger strike. We know they were malnourished, dehydrated, and profoundly suffering because they said so repeatedly.
Yeah, while having rosy cheeks.
They were a bit ruddy. One of the sad effects of malnutrition and dehydration. Your cheeks get especially ruddy.
Yes. Famine is present in some areas of Gaza and is imminent in other areas. We heard this many, many times. It would be very good to see that. I mean, to see evidence, not to see that happening. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned more than 2 months ago, 1.1 million people in Gaza are facing catastrophic hunger. The highest number of people ever recorded anywhere, anytime, as a result of an entirely man-made disaster. Okay, we'll go to that source as well. Today, my office seeks to charge two of those most responsible, Netanyahu and Gallant, both as co-perpetrators and as superiors, pursuant to Articles 25 and 28 of the Rome Statute. Israel, like all states, has a right to take action to defend its population. That right, however, does not absolve Israel or any state of its obligation to comply with international humanitarian law. Notwithstanding any military goals that they may have, the means Israel chose to achieve them in Gaza, namely intentionally causing death, starvation, great suffering, and serious injury to body, health, or civilian population, are criminal. Yeah, fantastic. So this is pretty much what the thing is about. It says this is being presented now to the pre-trial chamber of the ICC, and the pre-trial chamber will actually look this through and we'll see if there is enough evidence to support this case. If they decide that there is enough evidence, there are different steps that they might take. One of those, which this aims for, is an international arrest warrant issued for all the people mentioned. The problem with that is that the ICC doesn't actually have proper jurisdiction over Israel, because the ICC is, and it's very funny that lots of people from Muslim countries and other places outside the Western world kind of what is this, man? Kind of talk about this and celebrate this.
Right there.
But here is open image in new tab. Doesn't work. No, doesn't. Oh, okay, this works. All right. Which countries recognize the International Criminal Court? States parties to the Rome statute of the ICC, and situations under investigation by the ICC. So, all green countries have signed and ratified their recognition and collaboration with the ICC, with the International Criminal Court. All yellow countries have signed but not yet legally ratified, which therefore means that the ICC cannot actually directly, formally do anything. It
means no jurisdiction. They have no
Yes.
jurisdiction if it hasn't been ratified.
And you will see here, America is one of those where the ICC doesn't have any jurisdiction. Russia is another one where ICC doesn't have any jurisdiction. And you will
Almost
see
all
here,
of Europe there.
you will see here, Israel is also yellow. So in Israel, they also don't have any proper direct jurisdiction. So when the ICC, if the ICC eventually does issue an arrest warrant, it wouldn't really mean much because they wouldn't have any power over it. What they could do, however, is to issue this warrant and order all abiding countries to deliver the individuals to the ICC if they are present in those countries.
Yeah, it means Netanyahu and the other guy, their movement throughout the world is restricted.
Yeah,
Like they can't go to Europe anymore. They go to the U.S.
yeah,
They go to the U.S., but not to France or something like that.
yeah. And the solution to that would be very easy, to be honest.
Conquer Europe. I agree.
Yes. But here is the issue. We have lots of people from the Muslim world, from the Arab countries and other places celebrating, like, yeah, now you see. But the problem is, if you look at this, lots of those places aren't even relevant to the ICC, aren't even part of the ICC jurisdiction, didn't even make an attempt to be part of it. One of those very few countries have actually signed and ratified the ICC recognition. One of those is Tunisia. Jordan is here. Jordan has always been less in alignment with Muslim countries and their trends. Not even Turkey is part of it, which is funny. Here's Afghanistan that is part of it, which probably happened after the invasion. And some of these North African, Middle Eastern countries have signed but not ratified, so also no jurisdiction. It's like half the world is not even relevant to the ICC. It's quite funny. What's also funny is that a lot of pro-Putin and pro-Hamas people are celebrating this attempt at an arrest warrant, while completely ignoring the fact that the same arrest warrant would also include Hamas leaders, and that in 2023 the ICC actually not just requested but issued an arrest warrant against none other than Vladimir Putin, which you can see right here. And what did Vladimir Putin say? He said, I don't care about your arrest warrant. So 17th of March 2023, situation in Ukraine. ICC judges issue arrest warrant against Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and Maria Alexeyevna Lvova-Belyova. Of course, these guys said, piss off, please.
I kind of like how they'll have the same name, but with Ovich in like for the middle name. So it'll be like Ilyas Ilyasovich Stroganov and stuff like that. And Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
Yes.
Not much originality with the middle names there.
Yeah.
Apostatovich Prophet. Davidovich Wood.
I think Ovich just means son of, so it would be Vladimir, son of Vladimir.
Then pick a different first name, AP.
Yeah, well,
that's all I'm saying.
Yes. That's that. We don't care about your arrest warrant.
403 haram.
Let us be clear today on one core issue. If we do not demonstrate our willingness to apply the law equally. Anyway, now we can go through some preliminary examinations and situations under the investigation, or under the preliminary examinations.
Hold up.
Why didn't they just link the freaking file here? Man, I actually have it somewhere.
Hold up.
What?
I'm still checking out this Imran Ahmed Khan.
Who cares about Imran Ahmed
all
Khan?
this stuff? I'm just saying, this family seems screwed up. So we only read one little part. Said he was accused of groping a 15-year-old boy. Ahmed Khan attempted. The story is actually interesting for what he did. It's like relevant to the entire Ummah and everything else going on in the world. So Imran Ahmed Khan, that's the guy who's doing this, the prosecutor's brother. Imran Ahmed Khan attempted to have the case heard in secrecy. He wanted the whole trial quiet. First arguing that as a serving MP, there were concerns about his safety and that to name him in court would breach his human rights, and attempted to have the age of his victim withheld. So they wanted no evidence of the fact that it was a teenager. His applications were rejected by Chief Magistrate Paul Goldspring at Westminster Magistrates Court, who said, in favor of open justice, damage to reputation is not a ground for making of an order. Just because it's going to damage your reputation doesn't mean we have to protect you from people finding out about this. But check this out. Hang on. It gets awesome. Ahmed Khan, an Ahmadi Muslim, applied unsuccessfully to have the case heard anonymously, as the consumption of alcohol and homosexual acts are strictly prohibited, and reporting them could expose him to risk both in the UK and abroad. What's this guy saying? He's saying you can't tell people this because then the Muslim community is going to know what I'm about, and that would put my life in danger. So you have to hush this up. On the 10th of September 2021, he pleaded not guilty at London's Old Bailey. The case was transferred to blah, 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 Crown Court for trial on 21st March, blah, blah, blah. A single count of sexual assault. At trial, he denied accusations. This is what he's actually accused of. At trial, he denied accusations of dragging a 15-year-old boy upstairs, forcing the boy to drink alcohol and watch pornography, and groping the boy's groin. The complainant called police after Ahmed Khan was elected to parliament. The complainant's older brother gave evidence that at the same party, the MP had asked if he was a true Scotsman. The kid was wearing a kilt. Had asked if he's a true Scotsman and lifted his kilt to check his what's under the kilt. before lunging at him. Another witness at the trial
What the
described
hell?
waking to find Ahmed Khan performing a sex act on him after a party in Pakistan in 2010, where the pair had drunk whiskey and smoked marijuana. So the point is, this wasn't just happening in the UK. There are people talking about stuff he was doing in Pakistan, getting people drunk, and so on. Anyway, it continues on, but I just find it interesting that it's, hey guys, I'm a Muslim, therefore you can't report this stuff because it could endanger me with the Muslim community. It's like, what's the Muslim community going to do? I thought Islam's a religion of peace and tolerance, and it's just no one's ever going to have a problem with you. But it's just funny, right? It's like, okay, yeah, everyone else, you can report them, but since I'm a Muslim, I'm in a special status where you can't report that I'm molesting teenage boys and getting drunk and doing cocaine and all this other stuff.
Look,
Muslims generally
Madison
wouldn't do such a thing as molesting little children or little boys. Yeah, never happens. That's messed up. Maybe it's kind of an act of revenge. Maybe the brother is like, brother, punished him for what they did to me.
Avenge me! They locked me up for molesting boys. Avenge me! I will. I'll go get the Jews because we know the Jews were behind your arrest. Netanyahu got on the phone and said, listen, we can't have this Imran Khan here. Get him. Frame him for some sexual misconduct, okay? Here's the shekels. Here's the shekels. Get it done.
Here's Giuseppe Biden.
Hey, Giuseppe!
I'm making a statement.
Dude. By the way, this is hilarious. That basically the situation that Biden is, you could almost feel bad for him and everyone connected to him right now because they are stuck in this position of not wanting to upset Jews and trying to appease the far leftists and the Muslims and everyone else who want Israel to be crushed. And there's no way to win. There's no way to win. So it's like this back and forth of shame on Israel for doing this. We will defend Israel no matter what. Shame on Israel. We'll call them out. They better not go after Rafah. We will support Israel no matter what. And it's just this constant back and forth trying to appease different audiences.
To be honest, I don't think he's doing anything.
You gotta pick us up. Oh, he's not doing anything. It's whoever controls the teleprompter that's doing it.
I don't think that. In Mexico.
Let me tell you.
Mexico.
Now, this reminds me back in the day
Yeah.
with Corn Pop. Corn Pop was a bad dude. One day, this guy went up and messed with Corn Pop. Corn Pop started beating the guy up. I said, Corn Pop, aren't you going a little too far? Going a little too far. We understand, Corn Pop. You got a right to defend yourself. But you're going too far. And that's what I feel like right now. You can't do it, man. You can't. There's no winning everybody at this point.
Yep.
You have two completely contradictory positions. Pick one and man up.
Yep. Anyway, let's listen to what he said.
justice. What's happening is not genocide. We reject that.
National Criminal Court prosecutor.
But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that.
CBS's Imtiaz Ty.
That's it. Really, that's what they put on here.
You heard it there. No, he said a lot more stuff because I was reading it in the Wall Street Journal article.
Look, the story of the Jewish people is a story of resilience. Absolute resilience, from pain and persecution to hope and delight, even in the darkest times. A story that endures. Throughout our history, Jewish people helped define and expand the singular idea that binds us together as Americans. It's not hyperbole. Freedom. Freedom. And let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders. Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. And it's clear Israel wants to do all it can.
Go say that at Columbia University, Mr. President.
Here.
Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice,
Here.
what's happening is not genocide. In America, we respect and protect fundamental rights of free speech to protest peacefully. That's America. But there's no place in any campus in America, any place in America for anti-Semitism, for hate speech that threatens violence of any kind against Jews or anyone else.
This is what they do. That's what they do in the UK Parliament. Whenever the speaker says something, that everyone goes here, 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 here.
They're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
here. They're going,
yeah.
woo!
Here,
In America,
here.
they go, woo!
No, in the UK they say here, here. I don't know, that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
That's what they were
Top
doing
drawer,
100 years
sir.
ago.
Top
Not-
drawer.
Not sure if they're still doing that, but that's what they were doing 100 years ago or so. Yeah.
I know it's difficult to have hope and to feel optimistic right now. And to be
Look, Biden's
honest, some
crying.
days
A real
it's
tear.
really challenging for me to
Look at Kamala there.
I just, okay, thank you, Biden, for taking a stand here and still presenting the proper American position here. However, I don't trust a little bit of it. I don't trust this
Not
stupid
an election
government.
year. Not an election year.
And I mean, since the beginning of this war, especially, but even before that, this government just has been so ridiculously, unreliably. I don't know. I can't. I would never ever consider it wise or smart to go and in this election support them for this.
And let me be clear. Let me be clear. This is an election year. There are lots of billionaire Jewish donors who give lots of money to the Democratic Party. So we are definitely going to stand with them all the way through November. Then all you free Palestine guys come and give us a call, and we'll talk. We'll see what we can do there. But in the meantime, everyone just vote for us. Both sides, just vote for us. We'll take care of it. We'll settle this.
Yeah. This guy has no values. Maybe he did at some point, but he doesn't anymore. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever seen his speeches when he was younger.
I told you about that. The dude was smart and he was really quick. This is apart from whether you agree or disagree with his policies and so on. The guy was very smart and very fast. I mean that when he was running the first when Obama was running, he was running as vice president. He went up against Paul Ryan. I thought he crushed Paul Ryan. Crushed the dude in debate and was like grit. It was like smiling and just burning the dude up there. So yeah, this is like whenever we're responding to Biden for whatever he says, I hold nothing against Biden at this point. It's whoever controls his teleprompter. That's who we're addressing.
Yeah. This guy was once a machine and now he is just a vegetable. So
and that's I'm not going to make fun of him over that, because that's exactly what's going to happen to all of us if we get old. In other words, if I make it to however old he is right now, I will not have my cognitive faculties fully in place. And what does that mean? It means don't put me in control of an entire country, because someone else will be pulling the strings. Someone else you did not vote for will be pulling the strings. So
I will be the same that I am even when I'm 95 years old. So no such problem with me. No such problem with me.
Dude,
So
if we make it to our 90s, it's because we won.
Yes. I don't know. I feel like I would be disappointed if I became that old, actually, because I really went into criticizing Islam and becoming active in this whole thing, and then people actually let me become 90 years old. Like, what's wrong with you?
They're little weaklings. That's not about you. That's about them. They're little weaklings.
So one of the accusations here, which is presented here, which is brought against Hamas, but also against Netanyahu and Gallant, is extermination and or murder, contrary to these articles. And when we go into it, this is actually separate from Article 6, which directly addresses genocide. For the purpose of this statute, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. And then it mentions killing members of the group, causing serious bodily injury, deliberately inflicting conditions of life, and so on. What they reference is actually this here, Article 7, crimes against humanity. And it then goes into, for the purpose of the statute, crimes against humanity means any of the following acts when committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. Murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation or forcible transfer of population, imprisonment or other severe deprivation of physical liberty in violation, and so on, torture, rape, sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, forced pregnancy, so all the Islam stuff, persecution against any identifiable group, collectivity on political, racial, national, ethnic, and so on, enforced disappearances of people, the crime of apartheid, other inhuman acts, and so on. So, and for the purpose of paragraph 1, extermination includes the intentional infliction of conditions of life, inter alia the deprivation of access to food and medicine calculated to bring about the destruction of part of the population. So even when, in this accusation here, they are saying that Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, under their authority, Israel is accused of extermination and murder under these two articles, the other one being here, which just says attack directed against any civilian population, means a course of conduct involving the multiple commission of acts referred to in paragraph 1 against any civilian population, pursuant to or in furtherance of a state or organizational policy to commit such attacks. So mass killing and murder, that's what they're saying. Systematically organized, including in the context of deaths caused by starvation as a crime against humanity. So the extermination part here addresses not directly genocide. That's not what it is about, but about targeted killings or mass killings, or systematic killings of numbers of people within Gaza. That's what they are alleging. The issue is we've had these accusations and these allegations since the beginning of the war. This is nothing new. This doesn't say that they were committing a genocide. It says that they were deliberately mass killing parts of the population through different means, and that there is evidence to suggest that this is taking place. And what they are suggesting here is, so on the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe that this stuff was done by Netanyahu and Gallant. Reasonable grounds, we talked about this before. Reasonable grounds is like a very basic, low but strongish threshold which needs to be met in order to establish that that this is probably happening. So all of these accusations are probably happening or could be happening. It is reasonable that they are happening. It is reasonable that they are being committed. That is what is actually being said here. And that is why the arrest warrant is being requested. And now the chamber in charge of reviewing this case can then say, yeah, okay, we agree that there is enough evidence to suggest that that there may be, that these things may be happening, or the evidence is not sufficient. Nobody at this point says that beyond reasonable doubt these things are happening and we have concluded such a thing. That is definitely not the case. However, they have also given the same standard, reasonable grounds, when they come to Yahya Sinwar and all the other Hamas animals. And they even threw taking hostages as a war crime into that, which is very weird because it's quite obvious that they took hostages, and it's there is no discussion about whether that is a war crime or not. Now, here is a lengthy report where different experts, members of the panel of legal experts, were consulted in order to review this whole case and then give their approval to see if there is if the evidence seems fit to justify the prosecutor's suggestion for an arrest warrant, and they looked through it and they said, yes, we think that it is justified for him to issue this arrest warrant. But what they did is basically to just sit down and look through the whole case and say, okay, yeah, we think it's reasonable, we think it's justified. This is all the beginning of a long, lengthy legal process. And yes, there is, as you just mentioned, Amal Clooney right here.
No more movies for her husband.
Alhamdulillah. So, crimes and applicable law, charges, Hamas leaders. Do you want to go through these things here, David?
Why would we want to go through pages of boring text?
Because it's
when
fun.
you could go through comments and super chats, which are way more exciting. There you go. Read the conclusion. That's what you read.
That's a good point. But I will actually read this stuff. But White Trash Banner said, "Late like always. I'm never late. How dare you suggest this? How dare you?
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done."
GoTop said, "That guy in the thumbnail makes great music. LOL. Dollar bills. Dollar bills. My people have no water. I wonder how it feels." Yeah, that song is called Gaza skies are black, but Qatar is always sunny. I think that's what it's called. Heroes Workshop. The ICC has issued arrest warrants for Eli Copter, Benjamin Cohen, Sheikh Yadir, and Mike Winger. Among all those, Mike Winger, for some reason, is also being targeted here. The White Trash Panda said, "I bet the chat AP forgot about the stream. This is me paying up." Yes, I did forget about it. Also, David Wood reaction to Palestinians know how to party. Did you watch that? Did you listen to
that
it?
was good.
That was pretty good, right?
Yeah, that guy's funny.
I laughed a lot. And then I saw that he also made a song about
Far 4 No, I don't even. Darn it. I actually let slip out that Far 4 comes out.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if
Which funny, that means this guy actually like follows this stuff or like does a little research into it. If you're bringing out Far 4 in your music video, you know what you're talking about.
Yes. And for those who don't know, we're talking because yesterday somebody brought up that there is a music video on YouTube that is called Palestinians Know How to Party. And then I looked it up and realized that it's very, very funny. And sent it to David, and he thought it's very funny too. So that's
what was indeed very funny.
It was indeed funny. So
it was based.
Apollos Christian Apologetics said, if the trajectory continues as it is with this 100-to-1 ratio speed, you'd have to kill the Iranian president. Kobe's pilot to Eli Copter. Well, the president always was down to earth. Eli Copter. People are making fun of some old man's death.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Mean. It's very mean.
Yeah, what did that old man ever do to you or anyone else?
Well, he only killed like thousands of people, but so what? Who hasn't done that?
That was in the past.
Yeah, who hasn't done such a thing?
هذا الشعب المجرب.
Oh yeah, by the way, I want to have a look at this briefly. But Sheikh Salman Beard, the pirate, says, Alhamdulillah, martyrs, slurp, no warrants, just Jews walking the plank. Allahu Akbar. Yeah. Sid Dave, Owen Jones is an LGBT for Palestine. He's an absolute imbecile. He looks like a little milk baby. Ayatollah Khamenei said, RIP to my boy Ibrahim. Bro died like he lived, getting yeeted out of a 50-year-old local news helicopter. He might have enjoyed the final fall. I don't know. Tsuruerusu says, tip, search for the word water in the press release.
Search for water in the press release.
You mean in this here? You mean this?
The siege also included cutting off cross-border water pipelines from Israel to Gaza, Gazans' principal source of clean water. I think they're pointing out that Israel is their source of clean water.
Oh, yeah, and there's no proper mention of otherwise water. And, yeah. I don't know. Ayatollah Khamenei said, please show Ibrahim's support by giving the Kobe Bryant Memorial Helicopter Tours of Iran a 1-star Yelp review. With Allah's blessing, it will close, inshallah, soon. Soon, inshallah. Sheikh Mike Wingelin said, so this prosecutor guy is big on minority sects. Yeah. Yes, that's true. Genix C Reddit X Muslim today is more drawing day. Really? It is? I'm kind of out of touch with those things right now. Big Zeman, I'm hearing that Biden is pushing for a two-state solution. Is this true? But Biden has been kind of a fan of the whole stupidity. Is my microphone getting weird right now? Oh, I just heard some weird sound there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was me. That was me pulling something up that I wanted you to watch for a second.
Oh yeah, Biden has been going down that path, but at this point, people should just realize that the whole two-state solution is not really a doable thing at the moment. E4 Mafia had a tornado tear through my town yesterday. We are without power. Long day of cleanup, no fatalities. Watching my favorites from my car. Love you both. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hope everything is fine. And hope everything returns back to normal ASAP. And very glad to hear that you are okay.
Yeah, I was driving from New York to West Virginia. My kids were like 6 and 4 at the time. And all of a sudden, weather in Pennsylvania just got absolutely horrible. Like trees were flying through the air. Rain was pouring, trying to drive as carefully as possible, but the car's actually being pushed around on the road. The car's like swerving around like this. Kids are freaking out. Get off on an exit, looking around. All the power in all the buildings is out. Find a hotel, no power, but at least, I mean, people are like piling in because because we don't know where, no one knows where the store is coming from. But you can't even drive. You have to get off the road because like branches are flying like right at your windshield and stuff. And so anyway, I got out. I told my kids to wait there. I go in the hotel, said, hey, I know you got power, no power, but can I get in here with my kids? Because it's pretty messed up out there. They said, yeah, fine. I go out to get my kids. One of my kids is sobbing because he said, since I was gone for 5 minutes, he thought I was dead. The other was cool as a cucumber. And that's when I realized my second oldest son is a psychopath. Long story short, I didn't find out because I didn't know what was going on, but they said the next day, yeah, basically we were right beside a tornado that went right through there.
That's cool. That's quite cool. Mr. Mag, by these standards, Hamas can sue Israel for violating the copyright of the massacre footage. That's true. Very, very much. Hyperactive, how dare you criticize Islamic creativity? Have you seen the flag of the Houthis? It's the best, man. The flag of the Houthis is just the best thing to ever be created. It has such a wonderful design. Look at this. Look at this beautiful thing here. Wow.
Graphic design is my passion.
Wow. Look at this beautiful thing here. It says Allahu Akbar. Death to America. Death to Israel. Curse upon the Jews. And then victory to Islam. So this is the Houthi flag, and of course, it is not anti-Semitic. They don't have a problem with Jews. They only have a problem with Israel. Who would ever have a problem with that? Like, of course, they don't have a problem with Jews. Like, don't be ridiculous, man. Why would you even suggest such a thing? Anyway,
it's seriously funny though, because it looks like that whole thing was designed on a Commodore 64 in 1988.
I know, it looks very, very bizarre. Sheikh Mike Wingelin said Gazans have been starving with no food, water, or electricity since October, but they're still alive and posting on TikTok. And AP says Allah does no miracles.
It's the proof.
I never said Allah doesn't do miracles. Matt Silva said Israel's crimes. What the heck is this British on? Yes, indeed. Anyway, let's have a look at this. I actually recently came across a video of my favorite Hamas member, Fatih Hamad, giving a speech back in December during this war on the state TV, on Al-Aqsa TV in Gaza, and appealing to the Gazan population at home who are watching nothing except Al-Aqsa TV, and also appealing to the neighboring Arab countries. And here are his beautiful words.
هذا الشعب المجرب الذي كان جنديا على مدار التاريخ والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى لتحرير القدس وتحرير الأقصى والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى نقولها بملء الفم.
Okay, actually, let's continue.
يستعد
to establish the caliphate.
لعاصمتها القدس إن شاء الله تعالى، ولن تكون القدس عاصمة لفلسطين فقط كدولة مستقلة، وإنما ستكون عاصمة للخلافة الإسلامية.
Can you believe the absolute ridiculously the delusion that these guys are living?
Delusional is exactly the word I was thinking of. Yes, we're right there. We're about to establish our caliphate with the capital in Jerusalem.
Is everyone watching this and listening right now? So,
and you got morons. Yeah, oh great, they're about to do it. They're about to get it done.
Well, those who are listening right now,
we just whine on enough campuses, and we'll get it done.
This guy is something like the national Goebbels, something like the national, the Gazan internal propaganda dude, who's not speaking to the world but to the people of Gaza directly from state TV. He is in charge of Al-Aqsa TV, which is Hamas's state TV operating in Gaza, which is why you won't hear very much from him on the international scale, but he is very, very relevant inside Gaza. And this guy actually says that the people have always been soldiers throughout history, and we are now preparing to liberate Jerusalem and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. This was in December. They were already getting crushed brutally, and this guy is sitting there and saying, we are preparing to liberate Jerusalem and take over Al-Aqsa. And I'm saying this loud and clear. It gets even more delusional.
إن شاء الله تعالى نقولها بملء الفم. يستعد لاحتضان الخلافة.
We are preparing to establish the caliphate. We are preparing to establish the caliphate with Jerusalem as its capital, inshallah.
القدس إن شاء الله تعالى ولن تكون القدس عاصمة لفلسطين.
Jerusalem will not only be the capital city of Palestine as an independent state.
فقط كدولة مستقلة وإنما ستكون.
It will be the capital city of the Islamic Caliphate. So while they are getting brutally bombed and crying and saying, please, please, ceasefire, this guy actually goes on TV and tells the people of Gaza, we are preparing to take over Jerusalem and to take Al-Aqsa and to start the Caliphate. We are close.
عاصمة للخلافة الإسلامية. لذلك مطلوب سريع.
And here it gets even worse. This requires the following.
أولا أن يتوحد الشعب الفلسطيني تحت راية.
First, the Palestinian people must unite under the banner of there is no God but Allah.
لا إله إلا الله. لا يجوز أن يقوم الرئيس التعيس عباس.
Then he appeals to the West Bank, to Mahmoud Abbas, and says he should not have a monopoly over the Palestinians.
بالانفراد بجزء من الشعب الفلسطيني وينفرد بل يمسك السلاح في الضفة الغربية ولا زالت 70,000 قطعة كلاشن مسلطة على رقاب وصدور أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني. يجب أن ننتفض.
I think here it gets worse actually. We as Palestinians
شعب فلسطيني وأن نتخلص من
get rid of these elements of treachery and
من هذه أسباب الخيانة والهمالة والعمالة. لمن؟ لليهود والنصارى لمن يقتلون أبناء شعب.
Here. He says that the West Bank, that Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, is collaborating with the enemy. And who is the enemy? Who is the enemy, David? Can you guess who the enemy is?
لمن؟ لليهود والنصارى.
With the Jews and Christians. The enemy is the Jews and Christians who are killing our people.
No, he just means the Zionists.
But wait a minute, David. I thought that Christians and Muslims, work together and partner, like according to these gropers and all that. And You know, I thought Muslims just, you know, the Palestinians, they're just, you know, the victims here, and they just have to be, the Christians should stand with them against the Jews, against the Zionists. And that's what the gropers tell me all the time. But here's Hamas saying the Jews and the Christians are our enemies. So I don't understand. I don't understand. What is this?
You have any idea? I mean, we're talking about how delusional these guys are. There have been lots of incidents where one group had land and another group took it. So a lot of the United States was at one point controlled by Mexico. Just imagine like Mexican leaders and we're going to take it back. We're going to go take that land back from the United States. You'd be like, okay, whatever you think about right or wrong in that war, are you freaking insane? Right? Here's you. Here's the most powerful country in the world. You can't take anything back. But that's the weird part. Like everyone else in the world, that they seem to understand when they're completely, totally overpowered and outmatched. Except this one spot right here. Except this one spot. And Israel could be 1,000 times more powerful than you, and you still got these guys right around the corner. It's probably about 2 in the afternoon tomorrow. We'll have it. We'll have our caliphate back with Jerusalem as its capital. It's like, I don't even know what to do, man.
This is the same guy who said in 2018 that within 4 years we will have established the caliphate and cleansed Palestine of the Jews. And he's still speaking. Still speaking.
Okay.
6 years.
The timeline was a little off because of COVID. We couldn't have anticipated COVID. But I mean, now we're back on track. Give us another 6 months, 6 or 8 months. We'll have our caliphate back with Jerusalem as its capital. Trust me on this one.
Man. And the people are still like, oh yeah, I think they're up to something. I think they're onto something. I support October 7th.
Wow.
This is the population that we're dealing with. I mean, what?
Hey, play some of that video I sent you in the private chat.
What video? I don't want to play a video from Saturday Night Live.
Well, just pause it several times.
No, I'm not going to play that.
Darn. If you want anything that reminds you of Eli Copter.
I can't play that. No. Can't play that. I might also not laugh at all because I usually find even the old SNL stuff, I don't find it very funny.
This was right after September 11th.
Oh, really?
And they decided to joke about it. They finally decided they could joke about it.
I might watch it.
Make fun of the terrorists.
Maybe I'll watch it and decide to look at it. Oh.
شعبكم لا يجوز، يجب أن ننتفض ويجب أن يكون هناك وحدة فلسطينية مطلوبة سريعا. لا يجوز كفلسطين أن نقول وين الملايين من العرب، وين الملايين من المسلمين، ونحن كفلسطين لا زال هناك جزء لا زال يأتمر بأمر هذا الخائن عباس. ولذلك نحن نقول بالإفينة عباس الخائن يجب أن ينحاز ويجب أن يرفع أمره وعصيه على أبناء الأجهزة الأمنية.
This is so funny.
These guys ready to go on a killing spree against each other again.
Yes. So while they're talking about Palestinians, yeah, Palestine, free Palestine, yeah, if Israel just stopped, Palestine, and here are these guys just still fighting each other and talking about the traitor Mahmoud Abbas.
Yes, he's from this other terrorist group. We need to go kill him.
Yeah, they're one of their main concerns is still not just fighting against Israel, but also going into the West Bank and getting rid of Mahmoud Abbas, probably executing him and then taking over and putting Hamas in control. Seriously, man, what do people think would happen if Israel suddenly disappeared? There wouldn't be this free Palestine state. What the hell? What kind of a fantasy?
If anyone is concerned about Palestinian lives, the worst thing that could ever happen to Palestinian people, civilians, is for Israel to get out of there and these guys to go on a killing spree against each other for who's going to control what.
If Israel suddenly disappeared,
it would be endless.
If all Israelis suddenly disappeared and Israel completely disappeared from existence entirely, these guys who did not have an identity prior to Zionist aspirations and their entire identity consists of just being against Israel, they would go on. They would immediately start the infighting and kill each other. And that's what happened as soon as Israel left Gaza in 2005. On a much smaller scale. If Israel suddenly disappeared and they had the whole field to themselves, it would be a massacre.
أنتم يا أبناء الأجهزة الأمنية ماذا تقولون؟ ماذا تنتظرون؟ كل هذا يا أخي ليس لا نقول إسلاما ولا شهامة. ألا يوجد عندكم شهامة؟ ألا يوجد عندكم رجولة؟ ثانيا الوحدة العربية
The guy's totally losing it.
والإسلامية. أنا بدي أشكر. أنا لا أريد أن أشكر الشعوب العربية والإسلامية. أنا لكم أن تنتفضوا أن
Wait.
تتقدموا في سبيل الله سبحانه. لا شكر لكم، لا عذر
I've got a
لكم،
metal
لا
table.
عذر لكم، لا رخص لكم. يجب أن تنتفضوا كما انتفض الشعب الفلسطيني بنسائه بأطفاله بشيوخه بكل ما قدموا في قدمنا في سبيل الله. والذين
He's losing his breath. Bro, by acting like this and losing it while talking about this stuff, you certainly don't give people the impression that you're about to take Jerusalem and establish the caliphate.
نقدم العدو الصهيوني يفاوضنا تحت النار وأنتم لا زلتم تعيشون في العار. العدو الصهيوني يفاوضنا تحت النار بأشلائنا بدمنا وأنتم لا زلتم تعيشون وتسعدون بالعار.
Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Anyway, I'm happy to see this guy suffering.
What? Why?
Makes me happy.
He needs to quit skipping cardio day.
It makes me happy to see this guy be angry. This is very pleasant. Look at that.
النار وأنتم لا زلتم تعيشون في العار. العدو الصهيوني يفاوضنا تحت النار بأشلائنا بدمنا وأنتم لا زلتم تعيشون وتسعدون بالعار.
I need to clip that and just put that on my, I don't know, it's like play that during the day too.
What do you think that dude? What do you think videos from that guy from like 6 months from now are going to be like? Think he's still going to be mad?
He'll be like, "Where are you? Where is everybody? Where is everybody?"
It's that guy. It's that guy. A boss. It's a boss. It's his fault. We told him what to do and he didn't do it. This is why we're getting crushed still.
But by the way, we're about to destroy Israel. We're about to take Jerusalem. We're about to take Al-Aqsa and establish the caliphate. We're almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. I think somebody's coming in. I think somebody. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what he's going to be in 6 months. Actually, in 6 months, it's probably going to be nothing. Black screen.
You were about to say that this dude is not going to be around in 6 months.
No, I was just going to say it's going to be black silence. That's it. Yeah. Anyway, I would never say something so horrible. Conclusion. The panel unanimously agrees with the prosecutor that the applications... Wait a minute. Are you trying to shame me? Are you trying to guilt me here for talking about the guy's potential death? I hope he dies as soon as possible. I hope this guy dies as soon as possible.
There you have it. AP has officially become Ali Dawa of agnosticism.
I hope Fatih Hamad dies as soon as possible. I also hope that the other Hamas leaders land in the hands of those that they have inflicted suffering on as soon as possible. And so on. That's it. Why would I be ashamed to feel like this about the very same guy who explicitly says that it is his ambition and his plan and their collective plan to eradicate the Jews, and who says that that they are working on giving more and more people knives and the means to go out and kill Jews. And was talking about creating factories of giving people explosives so they can blow themselves up and kill people. I hope he dies right now.
I hope he gets captured and interrogated.
No, I hope he dies.
For valuable information.
Conclusion: the panel unanimously agrees with the
Hey,
prosecutor.
hey, seriously, you wouldn't want to see him. You wouldn't want to see him in one of those little Israeli offices where he's clearly been broken and he's confessing to everything he's ever done in his entire life.
Yeah, he would be like, "Oh, yeah,
You wouldn't want to see a guy like that. I mean, he's sitting there, and then you'll see him, and he'll be like this. So that's what I did a bad thing. It'd be awesome.
People like that are probably very likely to become under pressure guys who look like this.
There you go. That's the look. That's the look of someone who's been broken. That is the look of someone whose testicles have been handled roughly in
I don't know.
interrogation.
He might just be injured from a gunshot or something, or maybe he just has he's constipated. I don't know. Maybe he's pooping his pants as we speak, as he's speaking here while during this recording, and he's trying really hard. Like this guy doesn't look like he's been. Okay, this guy goes
totally fine.
This guy looks totally fine.
See, this guy gave up the information quickly.
Yeah,
he's smart. The other guys, they tried to hold out for a little while. This guy gave up the info quick.
He has a black eye though. So.
Like this guy has internal pain right now, lots of it.
I hope so. This is the most pathetic one to me because it looks like a big tough guy and then just sitting there just singing at all.
اقتحام موقع صوب العسكري.
وغير الموقع في كمان كانت مهمة؟
كيبوتس وما رحنا بالأصل نروح يعني بعد بيوم أو يومين زي
ومدنيين في ذاك الوقت.
It looks like he cried before this. Look at that.
والتعميمات في بخصوص المدنيين كانت اللي هو يعني قتل الرجال.
He was probably in operations. He was like, "Oh, you will do what is you are being told. Go there right now." And as soon as he's captured, he's like, yeah. So yeah, we were planning on killing people and
yeah.
Please.
Hey, can you? Hey, you know why this guy's talking right now? So they captured him. They captured him. And he's like, "You'll never break me. I don't care. You could torture me. You could kill me. You'll never be able to break me. Me so strong." And then they open up the door and he looks in there and he sees Masab Hassan Yusuf and his smile like this. And the guy said, "I'll freaking tell you guys anything you want to know. Set me down in an office. Get me as far away from that dude as possible."
That makes sense because it is the Shin Bet that is kind of operating here.
I mean, seriously, imagine you were a terrorist and you got captured and they tell you, "Hey, you can either talk or we're going to interrogate you pretty hard." And you go, "Oh, you'll never stop." You walk in there and you see Masab Hassan Yusuf in there.
Yeah.
You'd start giving up the info, man.
Who tells you, "This is not funny." That's what he says. I just want to see that scene very quickly. Where did that go? Where's that? Where's that video? Where's that video? I just want to watch the scene of him saying, "This is not funny." God, I love that guy. All right. Let me.
This guy walks in. This guy walks into the room, and Masab says, "You are not even fit to be a father." The guy breaks down.
To retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Look at his face.
It's usually a pup.
I just want to hear that.
And you are ugly.
discredit me. Who gave you the authority? How dare you?
You are a
I'm a son
spy.
of that region.
You're
I'm
a
a
spy
child of
for
that
Israeli
conflict.
intelligence,
You don't.
Massab.
It is not funny. It's not funny. Your tale,
It's
your
not
false
funny at
narrative
all.
needs to stop because
It's
you
not
are
funny at all,
creating chaos.
Massab.
Listen, Abby, you are bringing
Massab, you're
chaos to the
very-
United States, and you will be held accountable. You are just a criminal like.
How many times throughout this discussion she just does this? I don't know. I wonder if her neck really was in pain after that.
هو النساء والمسنين والأطفال.
قتل الرجال يعني المدنيين.
الشباب.
الشباب مدنيين.
ماذا مدني عسكري زيك.
الحين
This guy is the worst, man. Whenever I see this guy here, this guy has real problems. This man has.
This guy has
real problems.
Real problems.
This man has real problems.
Les Wiseman says, Massab just sacrificed another heifer.
And don't you think this man has real problems? Look at this guy here.
الحين وصلنا على الحدود رحتنا على بئيري.
بئيري شو تعنوا هناك؟
السيطرة كان.
شو المهمة كان؟
Conquer.
He's like, the guy seems totally unbothered. He's like, oh yeah, we were there we were there to kill some people, and yeah.
Yeah, the guys told us we could go conquer Israel if we just got across the fence and we conquer Israel. Can you please?
القسام إهبري
قتل.
مين قتل؟
مدنيين. دخلوا اثنين على البيت. ضل في غرفة في الوجه مسكرة. طخ على الباب. صار في صوت جوا. دخلوا كمان اثنين. كان في واحد مرمي على الباب. إذا هو ميت كان في دم جنبه طبعا. كان في جوا زلمة مصاب. ومتوقع انها عائله كامله. لبس عادي يعني لبس منزلي يعني. اللي الزلمه المصاب كان لابس كلسون وطلعت مرأة لابس فستان عادي يعني فستان بيت. والثاني برضه كمان لابس فستان وفي ولد وبنت. فاحنا مشينا يسار وفي بيت هناك طلعوا منه مرة يعني ختيارة غطوها.
انه هذول الشباب اللي كانوا معك استعملوا العيلة هاي كذراع بشري.
طيب.
To me, it looks like this guy. They captured this guy, and they were like, "Okay, you will tell us everything you know and everything you did." And he's like, "Okay, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to know?" Yeah. So
some people. Yeah, some people understand. Okay, these guys will inevitably break me. So do I just start talking so they don't have to break me? And you got these other guys who look like they're in horrible pain. They're like, please get the armadillo you shoved up my butt out. Please, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
But they treat these people very, very well, as it seems, compared to the terrorists that Russia captures.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, the dude that cut off a terrorist's ear, like then later on he auctioned off the knife that he cut off the guy's ear with.
Man, and they don't care. They don't care at all. It's like they don't give a damn.
But dude, seriously, I mean, think about that. If Israel had done the exact same thing, the entire world would be screaming even louder. Oh, look what the Jews do! Look what the Jews do!
I know.
It's Putin's boys, and people just understand. Okay, Putin's boys and Putin's dudes are brutal, and they don't care, and they don't care if you complain.
Russia. Don't play with Mother Russia. But when Israel does something, it's like, oh no! How dare they mistreat the terrorists?
Now we're auctioning off vodka bottle that we shoved up his anus. We shove it up his anus until he tell us what they're doing. But now we auction it off. We start bidding at 100 rubles. No, do you see those guys? I mean, they had those guys out in their underwear in the freezing cold, chopping body parts off, saying, "You better tell us what we want to know right now." And those guys started talking real quick. Like, you imagine being like just surrounded by Russians who just do not care, and they're going to get that information out of you no matter what, and they're going to sit there cutting you apart piece by piece.
Do you think that Hamas is a terrorist organization? Do you think Israel's a terrorist?
Sorry, continue.
Oh, that's it. So, to be clear, D. Wood does not like Russia. Can't stand them. I still think they're all communists in disguise. But when it comes to interrogating terrorists, they have ways of making you talk.
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. They're all very, very upright, very decent people, of course. Yes. I was going to look at a footage to compare Israel's treatment of some of the people they captured with Russians. But whatever. Let us continue here. But we're going to come into the conclusion. The panel unanimously agrees with the prosecutor that the applications for arrest warrants and materials submitted by the prosecutor in support of each application demonstrate reasonable grounds to believe that the court has jurisdiction over the crimes set out in the applications for arrest warrants, that these crimes were committed, and that the suspects are responsible for them. So there are reasonable grounds to establish those. I wonder if there is a little graph here to show us what the level of reasonable grounds would be. I think there actually are such things. What is this? What is this? Burden of proof, reasonable suspicion. Is that it? Standards of proof, probable cause. Hold up. Probable cause. Yeah, I don't know where that exactly goes. If that is just reasonable suspicion, probable cause. What that is?
I mean, it's at least in the they're saying it's at least in the probable cause area. But probable cause, that's where you can like go arrest somebody or something like that.
Yeah. But it is very far from proven or clear and convincing evidence. For example, they had
that would have to be established in court.
When the UN envoy, for example, went over to Gaza and to Israel to see if there were cases of sexual assault by Hamas against Israeli civilians, they established clear and convincing evidence that there is sexual assault in multiple cases against Israelis perpetrated by Hamas, which is like almost definitely happened. Yeah. Having closely reviewed the arrest warrant applications, underlying evidence presented in support for the applications and the prosecutor's process, the panel is satisfied that the process was fair, rigorous, and independent, and that the prosecutor's applications for arrest warrants are grounded in the law and the facts. While this is the panel's view, the panel is cognizant that the decision on the issuance of warrants is for the honorable judges of the court. Finally, the panel welcomes the prosecutor's statement that the investigation of crimes committed in Israel and Palestine is ongoing and that applications are likely to be made in relation to additional charges and/or suspects in the near future. The panel agrees with the prosecutor that further investigations are warranted and hopes that victims and witnesses will choose to come forward to support the ongoing investigations. Good luck with that. And they went into quite some detail here. And for all those who actually want to read all of this stuff, you can find it directly. You can search for report of the panel of experts in international law and find it from the 20th of May. You can go on the ICC website and directly see the statement from the ICC prosecutor where they established that it's almost quite clear that reasonable grounds to believe that hostages were taken from Israel have kept in inhuman conditions, subjected to sexual violence, including rape, while being held in captivity, based on medical records, contemporaneous video and documentary evidence, and so on. So here is the issue: the whole evidence that Hamas has committed incredible atrocities is significantly clearer here, and can be viewed by the public and by the judges than the evidence that is brought forth against Israel or against Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, which is here they are inferring a lot of things, like that certain supplies of food and water were delayed or deliberately withheld and things like that. There are not actually many instances of them saying that there are mass direct targeting and killings or bombardments of civilians or anything of that sort. Pretty sure if Israel was actually to speak on the civilians that were killed during this war, they would do their best. They would make their best effort to demonstrate that they have done their best to minimize civilian casualties, and that all of it was done within proportionality. We already have some hints to that, where Netanyahu just the other day, just a few days ago, went on Dr. Phil and said that that we have so far killed around 14,000 Hamas members and 16,000 civilians, which would be a very good number if true. I'm sure that they can sit down and demonstrate that. In any case, and I know how some people feel about this and what their speculations are. In any case, given that what we just talked about when it comes to the population of Gaza is the case, such as that 70% of Palestinians, for example, approve of what happened on October 7, and that the majority still believe in fighting against Israel, that only a minority believes in peace, and so on. Regardless of what exactly happens and what the outcome of these things will be, I stand with Israel here. And I don't see any reason to condemn Israel for any point, for anything during this war. Because Israel has shown historically.
The president. Because Israel has given you fat stacks of shekels.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's because Israel gives me lots of money. That's why I have to side with Israel. You know, I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Jews.
That is the most powerful piece of paper in the world.
Yes.
Can buy you AP's loyalty. What?
There are instances where, like Destiny, for example, one day sat down and started and did this whole thing, this joke response on how Jews are paying him, and now he's part of the insider club and all that, and people started spreading it and actually took it seriously. Wait a minute, did you see that? Did we just talk about that? What was that? Destiny.
Someone said he got Daniel really good. Was that what Daniel?
Yes.
Oh,
I don't know where Daniel reacted to this, but I saw people reacting to it. I actually saw Destiny's tweet on that, or a clip of Destiny trolling and saying that he's now part of that he has a Jew alumni or something like that. And he now has contact to all the Jews and things like that. And some idiots actually took it seriously.
They don't seem to be very good at detecting sarcasm, joking, any of that stuff.
They can't. They are stupid. I just want to see the clip. Where is that clip? Where is that? Somebody needs to send me that.
Someone needs to send you this.
Somebody needs to send me that. Somebody needs to send me that. Somebody needs to send me that. Is anybody sending me that clip?
No one's sending you anything.
Is my wife watching? Is she gonna send me that clip? Wife, are you watching, wife?
Why would she watch you? She gets to hear from you all the time.
That's a good point. Let's see. Destiny admits they're usually
for Jews.
Israel. Where is that?
What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Ever since I started the Israel-Palestine arc, I've gotten so many connections. I've gotten like new payment processors. I get like there's a lot of people there's like a lot of organizations that kind of like send me revenue and they shoot me like talking points or whatever, or they'll like recommend me like books. They don't like control what I see on stream, of course, but they'll like suggest like, hey, you should take a look at this. And then, and then they also sound like a decent chunk of change. I was like, well, if you're going to pay me, like 30,000 new shekels or whatever, why the fuck would I not take a look at the material that you want me to read and repeat on stream? And also part of this is connecting me to kind of like a network of, they call them the alumni. It's like alumni, but for Jews, I guess. And then in these alumni, imagine you kind of have the like the war room, okay? But it's not actually the war room. They call it the new yeshuv on Discord. And in this Discord, there's a whole bunch of like really powerful Jewish people that I have access to if I want to chat with them about any particular issue. And Shapiro, obviously, and the other co-owner of the Daily Wire in there. And after my Candace Owens conversation, yeah, I reached in there. I was like, Ben, what the like this lady is like slandering me on fucking Twitter. Can you do something about this? And he'll tap his Jewish contacts. He'll see how receptive I've been to some of the money that they kind of like funneled to me, told you like talking point shit related to Palestine. And then he said, feels like I checked out. And then, yeah.
It's playing Ava Navila.
The funny thing is, some people actually took this clip and were like, wow, he actually admits that he's being paid and stuff like that. But and somebody
he did it. He did it perfectly, man. I mean, just perfectly, like deadpan.
The thing is, immediately after this part, I think he breaks character and he says, obviously I'm joking. But people actually took this seriously because they can't detect the sarcasm, and it's pretty good.
The Jew-alumni.
Oh, look at that here.
So I message, I saw a message Ben Shapiro.
Destiny blatantly admits on his stream that he's being paid, in one case 30,000 shekels, to spew pro-Israel propaganda.
I got my cut.
Everything this grifter has said about Israel-Palestine since October 7, the day he started paying attention, has been for revenue. Color me shocked. Then you get this tweet, totally not a grifter.
Look at the note. Destiny is baiting disingenuous actors like the OP into poorly clipping him. Right after this clip finishes, Destiny asks his chat if this is enough for a clip, and then proceeds to say what he was saying never happened. And they did it anyway.
Yeah.
That should tell you what kind of...
And also part of...
So you're dealing with deceivers. Those would be the people who deliberately cut it. And morons who fall for it.
This is connecting me to kind of like a network of, they call them the alumni. It's like alumni, but for Jews, I guess. And then in these alumni, imagine you kind of have the like the war room, okay? But it's not actually the war room. They call it the new yeshuv on Discord. And in this Discord, there's a whole bunch of like really powerful Jewish people that I have access to if I want to chat with them about any particular issue. And Shapiro, obviously, and the other co-owner of the Daily Wire in there. And after my Candace Owens conversation, yeah, I reached in there. I was like, Ben, what the like this lady is like slandering me on fucking Twitter. Can you do something about this? And he'll tap his Jewish contacts. He'll see how receptive I've been to some of the money.
How receptive I've been to some of the money.
These comments here, I'm retarded. I believed it until the Jew alumni.
Jew alumni.
They kind of like funneled to me to look at like talking point shit related to Israel Palestine. And then he said, feels like I checked out. And then, yeah. Are we good? Is that enough for a clip? No, I didn't talk to anybody about Candace Owens. Retard. Why the fuck they do that? No.
Powerful.
Oh my god. See, See? And people actually took the bait here and ran with it. And this guy has like 10,000 likes. People. Anyway, Sayara says, AP, the experience you described living in Israel is a dead giveaway. You have a Jewish soul and are meant to come back home to us by converting to Judaism. As for proof, read Rabbi David Gottlieb. Alhamdulillah. I will have a look at that.
You have a Jewish soul.
I know I have a Jewish soul. I'm talking.
You may be Maimonides reincarnated.
I don't know, man. Maybe. Yeah, who knows?
People are calling him Justiny.
Oh, he's about to go to Israel, I think, soon as well. Destiny is going to Israel.
Oh yeah,
Charlie.
yeah. People are saying, "Oh, Zionist streamer Destiny admits Netanyahu is paying for his trip to Israel via the Jew alumni." They're totally serious. Oh boy.
Oh man. I wonder if this is actually going to become a thing, and people are actually going to talk about the Jew alumni.
Yeah, a couple of years from now, there'll be books about the Jew alumni. The protocols of the Jew alumni of Israel.
Welcome to the Jew alumni. I should convert to Judaism, join the ranks of the Jew alumni. I'm looking through Twitter right now.
Dude, you should, for real, you should start an actual group called the Jew alumni and get a website, jewalumni.com or something.
The Jew alumni. Jew alumni. Wow.
There we go. Syrian girl. Here is how much Destiny got for saying he wants to genocide Palestinians. I've been aware of the fact that Destiny is in groups where he gets talking points since he first went on Fresh and Fit. So let's not pretend this is a joke. Syrian girl is on the case. Syrian girl has cracked the code. It's Destiny. He's getting paid by Benjamin Cohen and Eli Copter.
Eli Copter is still the best, man. Eli Copter is unbeatable. Unbeatable. I don't know if you know, but if you have heard, but there is a song, some really ridiculous song from Bosnia or something like that.
Is it the helicopter song?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it yet, but I think I saw your wife share it on Twitter. I didn't see it yet because I watched those videos you shared from that rapper.
Yeah. It goes like helicopter. It goes like that, and people are just posting that right now too, because of the Iranian president. People should sing that at his funeral. Helicopter. Wait a minute, I wanted to put that thing on the screen here so that everyone can always see. Yeah, here, right there, while reading super chats. Telegraph said Israel needed some extra matzahs this year. Dude, don't even joke about it. These people there are still people who actually genuinely make the ridiculously dumb accusation, which people made at some point 1,000 years ago, because they were insane and paranoid, that Jews were killing Gentiles to use their blood in baking matzahs. And people are still, some idiots out there, some mentally ill people are still actually making that same assertion. I would say it's very much a tiny minority by now. Most people are only doing less insane things, like saying, "Oh, Jews control the world. Jews made my socks disappear. Jews made my bus late." But there are still some people.
Candace Owens, remember Candace Owens? She liked one of those tweets about Jews taking the blood of Gentiles or something like this. Then she said she was liking it because of what else the tweet said, not for that part specifically.
Yeah,
not for the part about not about the part about Jews taking Gentile blood. She liked the other. She was liking the other part of it.
Imagine you go on Twitter. Imagine you go on Twitter and there's a tweet that's like, "Hey, what are you doing? You N word. I know you just want to become a slave again. Is that why you are lying?" And I like that tweet. And I say,
Yeah,
wait,
because you call the guy a
I
liar.
didn't like it because of that part. I liked it because it calls the person a liar. You know?
Yeah, the guy was lying, so that's why I liked it.
This is what we're dealing with. That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
The Sahih Mask. Oh yeah, for those who don't know what a matzah is this thing
Yummy.
that is being baked, and some very, very freaking insane people came up with the stupid conspiracy theory that that Jews do ritual murder to mix blood into this. I don't know why. I actually don't really know the backstory of why they specifically made the accusation with this.
It's actually similar to the Jews in terms of if you have someone who's if they eat something that you don't eat, then you can always just make something up about them. It's like you can always do that. If they're doing something different from the way you guys do it, then you can say, what they're really doing with this thing that's different is this other evil thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Soylent. It's called Soylent J.
Yeah.
You never saw Soylent Green, did you?
It sounds familiar. What is that?
Oh, it's a dystopic future, and like there's not enough food, so they're making food out of like seaweed and stuff like that. But there's this new kind of Soylent called Soylent Green. Spoiler alert, everyone cover your ears if you're still planning on watching this over 50 years later and you don't want it spoiled. You have 2 seconds. 1, 2. The Soylent Green is dead bodies. So anyway, they end up using the dead bodies that they're rounding up to make food out of it, and they tell people it's this great healthy food and stuff, but they're actually eating dead bodies the entire movie. You don't find out till the end.
So what's the
But
problem?
it's like a mystery. People trying to find out what this new Soylent Green is, and it's yeah.
I do that all the time. What's the problem? I don't get it.
There's no problem with it, but lots of people are creeped out by it because they're weird.
Weaklings. Lonely Crow said many Israelis deny aid from our borders as we believe it's truly a war between the people. Hamas grew up from the values of Gaza, from Muslim Brotherhood. Yep. There is a point there, and for the
There is a point
ICC to step in there and to say no, you can't do this. I mean, you have one side that wants the other side completely exterminated, and the other side that says, okay, you know what? Now that we are at war, how about screw you. No aid, nothing. We are at war, and the ICC.
Yeah, this is actually an important. This is one of those issues where you could argue it. You could argue it both ways and so on. So, Gaza has the Mediterranean Sea on one side of it. Right? People can bring in aid that way. Nations can bring in aid that way. There's sky above Gaza. People can drop loads of aid on Gaza. Gaza shares a border with Egypt. People could bring in aid through the Egyptian border. And so why does tons of aid have to come through Israel when Israel's the one at war with them? You have other means of getting people aid. On the other hand, there are people there who there are people in Gaza who don't want the war, who don't approve of what Hamas did, and so on. They're the minority, but you still can say, hey, not everyone had something to do with this, and so we'll try to help those people. And so it's a debatable issue. It's where you could argue either way and have a good point.
Yeah, I saw a thing earlier which said that in World War II, the ICC would have probably issued arrest warrants or requested arrest warrants for Winston Churchill and the Allies, it seems. See how that would have worked out. Can't disagree.
Yeah. I have to say, I like the idea of Israel allowing aid trucks to come in there, because there's going to be lots of accusations for a long time. And at the end of the day, it is good to be able to point out that, what are you talking about? Aid trucks on these people who attacked us were coming from our country to those. So don't be pointing a finger at us for any. I mean, how many nations actually sat there and distributed aid in a country that they're at war with? Come on, you can't point a finger at us for anything. Shut up. Just shut up.
Helicopter. Fox McCloud said the gropers make the Jews sound awesome and powerful. Yeah, it's gropers because they grope little children. Farfour the survivor says, Cheezadullah, I have returned. Cheezadullah, I've returned. The Jews tracked me down. I will never give up my homework.
That's Farfour looking like a zombie there, man.
Yeah.
He's a survivor.
He looks like a beast.
I will never give up my homework.
Sheikh Mark Wingelin said, if you think about it, AP, apostatizing from atheism is like Pikachu becoming a Raichu. He's still a yellow rat and now less famous, but he grew bigger. Huh.
You see what I'm saying? You get these wingaling dingalings coming on here, and all their stuff is nerd stuff, and no one knows what they're talking about because everything is some example from Pikachu or something that no one knows about.
Everyone knows exactly what it's about when somebody talks about Pokemon.
And it's just like the episode of the original Star Trek series that Captain Kirk he turned into a bad Kirk. That's like AP.
I want to be the very best. Here's a video of innocent Gazan civilians.
Screaming Allahu Akbar because of that. But yep, we need to make sure all these people are well fed.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see these innocent civilians here? You know what? If some of these people die, they will be reported as children, killed children. The number of children dying in the conflict has risen today. Imagine being an Israeli and you see these videos, you watch these videos, and you see that the person here in the back of a pickup truck, one of these people here is possibly, or directly is actually, I don't know, your best friend, your brother, your sister, your father, your son, your mother, your daughter, whatever it is, somebody that you know and love, your neighbor, somebody who is very, very dear to you. And you have all these innocent civilians here, all of these innocent civilians surrounding your beloved person here and beating them and cheering and saying, "Yeah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar." While this Abu Baklava guy is stepping on the hostages, on the people you love, and the other ones around are like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And then you are told, hey, you must be very careful not to harm these people. Be very careful not to harm these people because, you know, and there's also, by the way, no reason to perceive them as threat. And that's literally what the thing says, what the document says, what the ICC statement literally says. It literally says that Israel has engaged in the deliberate extermination of, you know, because they perceive the population of Gaza as a threat. Why would that happen? I don't know. Why would that happen? I mean, why would they perceive these people as a threat?
Was that the one that Daniel Hakik? Was this the one Daniel Hakikachu was saying? Yes, they're taking her for medical attention. Was that this one?
No, that was the other one.
different
That
one?
was the video of Shani Luke, of her being on the back of the pickup truck.
Good
with her
old
legs.
Daniel.
Yeah, that's that. That is that. Why would anyone have any sympathy for these people?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You would have no sympathy for any of those dudes. The only sympathy would be directed towards again, the minority who have nothing to do with any of that.
About any
I didn't say that. I said if there's sympathy, it's directed towards them. Although, if you listen to the college protesters, yeah, it would be sympathy for all these guys who are screaming Allahu Akbar and whacking a body with a stick. But that is the that's kind of the issue. Like, do you say help the people for the minority who don't have anything to do with it, or do you say, we're not going to worry about the minority because look what the majority is like? That's the issue.
And for
Israel's
those
Israel's actually in a good position in that they get to decide what they want to do. If you were in a war where the opposition could actually had the potential of beating you, you have to say, okay, we have to do what we have to do, and so on. Israel's actually, since a bunch of options are open to Israel because they're so powerful. So they can take it slow, they can go fast, they can crush and humiliate everyone, they can dial things back. They're in a good position to make choices. But as long as they crush Hamas, I'm pretty good.
Yeah. And for those who don't know what Israel does and how Israel actually treats people that are inside Israel, this is how Israelis are being treated inside Gaza, right? This is how Israelis are treated inside Gaza. And if they were left alive, they would probably be, and if Hamas wasn't there to take those bodies, they would probably be brutally crushed in a lynching. In fact, we have videos of that as well, which I did show at some point during a stream, which has been age restricted, which I will not show now. But in Israel, meanwhile, on the other hand, in Israel, a regular Arab person, be it a Muslim or a Christian or a Druze or something else, is, I don't know, in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, in different places, goes to a regular clothing store and shops together with Israeli Jews, sits down and has a drink at a cafe, which is, by the way, not Starbucks, because Starbucks actually doesn't exist in Israel, and hangs out with other Israelis as an equal, and goes home and sleeps and goes to work again next day, or to school, I don't know, whatever it is. Meanwhile, this is how Israelis are treated in Gaza. But yeah, of course, both sides are bad. Both sides, of course, both sides are equal and stuff.
And the other issue is, so these are the guys who are on the other side of a fence from the Israelis. So the Israelis are on one side of a fence. These guys who will gladly, who just love to kill and desecrate the bodies and mutilate people and rape and torture and all this stuff. Any Jew they get their hands on, any Israeli they get their hands on, and so on. These guys are on the other side of a fence. And you still, to this day, when people are asked, what the heck do you mean by apartheid and so on? They're like, oh, they built a fence. The Jews built a fence to keep these people out. Think about how that feels. It's like, you have a problem with these guys being on the other side, like building a fence between you and these guys? Weird stuff. A fence? No fence between you and these guys?
Yep. And the thing is also one of the issues, like when Israel, after the initial war, retained control over large Arab populations and kept them under different standards, and slowly over 2 decades turned them into regular citizens. This is sometimes even brought up by anti-Zionists, by Israel haters, as apartheid or oppression or whatever it is. So what Israel actually, after a defensive war, after an extermination war against Israel, against Jews, took control of huge chunks of land where Arabs live, let them live, kept them under tight control, slowly integrated them, and made them into citizens. They are now equal Israeli citizens and have equal rights, have all the rights, equal citizens. Can go and vote and can become judges, can become police officers, doctors, can go to can become members of the parliament, can even create an Islamic party in the parliament, and so on. However, they did this slowly, integrated them nicely, and eventually turned them into citizens. Even then, even in that situation where you see that Israel actually carefully and slowly put effort into controlling the situation and then eventually giving them equal rights, you hear people say, why would they wait so long? Why would they treat them differently for such a long time? It's apartheid, it's racist. There's just no policing anybody here who hates Israel, and plainly just who hates Jews, honestly. Let's not kid ourselves. On the one hand, you have attempts at civilization and humanity. On the other hand, you have animal behavior. That's it. Sheikh Mike Wingelinge, Ali Dawa's Bunch of Grapes said the new Shake It Off video is a must-watch. I will watch it. AJ said Ryan Garcia tweeted he loves Muslims, and Mojab desperately replied, join us, brother. Dawa is desperate for a new face. Who's Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, who's Ryan Garcia? Ryan Garcia.
Another boxer? Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah.
People get punched in the head.
Just so everyone knows, I love Muslims too. And I want what's best for them, which includes leaving Islam. Oh, yeah. He said, I love Muslims. They cool as something.
They cool as... I can't spell. Probably. Yeah. I don't know. And then Muhammad Hijab responded, join us, brother. Join us, brother.
Yes, you could be our new poster boy. We'll cling to anybody right now. You'll be the hero, the hero of the entire Ummah.
Brother, join us, brother. Brother, I have doubts.
Brother, I have doubts.
Oh, yeah. He also tweeted a picture with Tyson Fury, and he said, 2 kings that acknowledge that Jesus is King of Kings.
He did?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well. If now Ryan Garcia said in response, yeah, I love you guys, but I just can't believe that this Muhammad guy was actually truthful, then the reply would switch from join us, brother, to how dare you behave yourself.
Yeah, let him say, no,
fight me.
Yeah, let him say, look, I said I love Muslims because I love all people, but I have a problem with Muhammad molesting a prepubescent little girl. Then you are our enemy. We will destroy you. You will be humiliated. Come say that to our face.
How about you arrange a match with me? Then I will fight you and I will show you, under the condition that you don't use any of your skills and that you actually cut off your arms before you fight me. Victor G, middle name in Russia, it's father's name. Oh yeah, that's how it works. Okay. But wait a minute. So am I getting this right? Doesn't Ovich mean son of, or is that what it is? Ovich.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying it's your son, it's your father's name is your middle name. You just add Ovich to it.
But the thing is,
and I'm making a simple point. Pick a different first name from what your dad's name was, or you're going to end up repeating yourself like an idiot.
No, the point here is, if Vladimir Putin's, so I would understand that if Vladimir Putin's name was Vladimir Putin. However, if it is Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, then was his father's name Vladimirovich? So
Yes.
because
Why don't you look? Why don't you scroll down and see?
That's a good point.
Early life. Go back.
Putin family. Putin family. Putin family. Putin family. Putin family. Mentioned in early known ancestor of Vladimir Putin. Wow, this guy goes back. This guy goes places. Okay, let's see. Father. Oh, not bookmark, man. Father. Where am I? Where am I? What's happening here? Father. His grandfather. Father. Putin's father, Vladimir Spiridonovich Putin.
Yeah, so his grandfather was named Spiridon or something.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's yeah, okay. So
yeah, you take the father's name and add Ovich to it.
It's Vladimir, son of Spiridon or something. Okay, I get it.
So two problems. One, it sounds like you're calling him an O. It sounds like a B word, but you're just you're replacing it with a V.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? It sounds like you're calling him the B word and putting it in his middle name and calling his father the B word. But all I'm saying is, like right there, pick a different first name. It's not hard. You don't want to repeat yourself. It's stupid.
This guy was like, he was very creative. He was like, okay,
my name is.
Well, we have a beautiful little child. My name is Vladimir. I think I want to name this child Vladimir.
And AP was like, hey, since the Turkish all want to be Russians, I will name my child Ridvan Ridvanovich Aidemirovich Ridvan.
That's how it goes, man. Go to a
extra Russian.
Speak. Hamas is a pork-based meal. Yeah, Biden might not be aware of what Hamas actually is. Yeah, that's true. Hamas.
Reminds me of Corn Pop.
Hamas.
Corn Pop is a bad dude.
Nate 23 sub AB. URI sent you a video on Twitter under Eretz Yisrael 122 URL. Okay, I'll check it out. I promise I'll check it out. Ari Wasserman said, just imagine if they try to arrest Bibi. Just imagine.
Good luck with that one.
Good luck with that, bro.
Better bring an army, pal, and you ain't got one big enough.
Good luck with that, son. Sid Dave says, I do think Joe Biden, for all his flaws, is actually a Zionist and cares for Jews. But is he really the last one before woke? Jihadists take over a Democrat party. He did when he was younger. I mean, I saw speeches. He did advocate for Israel very, very strongly and fiercely. And
I think that's what Sid Dave is saying, is that's what he's actually like.
Yeah.
At heart, he is like, I mean, at the end of the day,
but right now he's
things can go anyway right now because he's just reading a teleprompter and he's going to do whatever they say. He's lost it. He's lost his faculties. But there is a point there in that a political party could veer off in a completely different direction after this.
Yeah. When he was younger, he was big into Israel. But the thing is, right now he is a vegetable, and people want to eat him, and he is just there to serve a purpose and to appeal to the population, to the Democrat population, which is also very, very, very insane. So that's where we are. Before he gets eaten, he wants to be beaten. Telegraph said, by the way, seen the IAEA moment of silence for Racy? Speaking of chickens for KFC. What is the IAEA?
It's something with energy. I forget.
International Atomic Energy Agency. Oh, yeah. I saw, I went through, I woke up in the morning and I went through a bunch of Twitter I went down all the Twitter rabbit hole of stupidity. Well, I mean, we don't have to go very far, right? Here is India declares 1-day state mourning after Iran president dies in chopper crash. I'm just thinking of all the Hindu nationalists who have been for years saying, "Oh no, India, we oppose Islamist stuff, and yeah, India big, strong, and we don't do such things. We don't be like Europeans." And here is India directly declaring a day of mourning. And I understand it's a political move. It's because it's to appease your neighbor over its little agreements. But it's one thing to say we express our condolences, and another thing to dedicate a day of mourning.
Yeah, that means you're really, really sad. So that's the thing, guys. You don't see me celebrating, but you're definitely not going to see me mourning when a total scumbag, evil scumbag who kills a bunch of people dies.
Morning has broken.
Like the first morning. Wait a minute, I just converted to Islam. Slaughtered the unbelievers in the name of Allah.
You know what's funny? I learned that song when I was in Germany. When I was in 5th grade or 6th grade, we had a music teacher who would have us sing different songs, and that was one of the songs. And I loved that song when I was like in 5th grade or so. And I went to music class and I heard him sing that, and I was like, "Well, this song is beautiful." And I paid closer attention to the lyrics, and I obviously see the whole Christian, the Christian point of the song and the Christian aspect of it. And it always felt like I don't know what you call that, but like I'm being a bad boy by listening to such a by enjoying such a beautiful Christian song.
Oh, dang. It predates him. He just it's a Christian hymn that goes back to 1931.
Oh, really? It goes
Has
that
the
far?
words. Yeah, it just became popular when Cat Stevens did it.
Yeah.
Huh.
That was cute.
Morning has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird. Praise for the singing, praise for the morning, praise for them springing fresh from the word. Sweet the rain's new fall, sunlit from heaven, like the first dew fall on the first grass. Praise for the sweetness of the wet garden, sprung in completeness where his feet pass. Mine is the sunlight, mine is the morning. One light, Eden's soft play. Praise with elation, praise every morning, God's recreation of the new day.
It's beautiful.
Pretty
Anyway, yeah, he is the U.S. State Department.
Hey, so he released it as a single with the on the little tiny record. You don't remember those, but you'd have a big album record, and then you had a little tiny record that would just be a single, and then there'd be the song on the other side. The song on the other side was "I Want to Live in a Wigwam." That's pretty cool.
Huh? That's based. Look, Cat Stevens, he did have a fantastic voice. I still listen to a bunch of his songs. Unfortunately, he died, and then Yusuf Islam was born.
And then he was, kill everyone who criticizes Muhammad Allahu Akbar.
And he kind of changed a little bit again.
He did. He dialed it way back over the years.
Yeah.
You can't tell this guy.
He was calling music haram and was not doing it anymore. But then he started. He actually went back to making music again. He even plays instruments and sings again. So
probably considers himself some sort of Sufi now, and
maybe
music's okay.
Yeah. What is happening in the chat?
What's going on?
Gypsy Little said AP has vibrato, and then No said AP. Obviously, okay. If somebody said this, I would also my mind would also immediately start playing with the word and going into that direction. So yeah, you're not alone. Anyway, U.S. Department of State Office of the Spokesperson said, statement by Matthew Miller, spokesperson. on the death of Iranian President Raisi and others in a helicopter crash. The United States expresses its official condolences for the death of Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, Foreign Minister Amir Abdullahian, and other members of their delegation in a helicopter crash in northwest Iran. As Iran selects a new president, we reaffirm our support for the Iranian people and their struggle for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Do you really have to do this? Those guys preach literally death to America. That's their slogan. Their slogan is death to America. And it is actually it is a doctrine in the Islamic regime of Iran to call America the Great Satan. The Great Satan. Or to combine America and Israel and call him the Great Satan, and death to America and death to Israel. And here is America. We express our deepest condolences for the people, for the president of Iran and Iraq. Yeah, terrible, terrible, terrible. Don't have to be like that, man. You don't have to be like that. Why would you be doing that? Why would you be doing that? But lots of people, lots of politicians upon the European Union expressing condolences said, not in my name, not in my name, not in my name, not in my name. And then some, who was it? Geert Wilders actually said, not in my name, very prominently. So Geert Wilders came in and Geert Wilders said, not in my name, and that got like 37,000 likes. Geert Wilders is still based to this day. It's very good that Geert Wilders is still keeping it up here.
Dutch culture is superior to retarded Islamic culture. Excuse me, did you just call Islamic culture retarded? I wish I could find that clip. I found other clips of him saying it, but not the original one that I saw.
Yeah. I wonder if I can...
Helicopter! People are messed up, man. Look at helicopter. Never make fun of a man with his Bieber, man.
It is not funny. Ari Wasserman said Raisi is only a martyr since he just fell out of the sky and didn't die doing jihad against the Jews. No virgins for him. Mossad agent Eli Copter nailed him. Eli Copter really. Yeah, Eli Copter did. Eli Copter is brutal. Best.
Him and Ben Cohen, man.
Yeah, Eli Copter, Ben Cohen, best agents of the year. I must say. Yeah. people. Ari Wasserman said Israel is kicking itself in the ass that it never signed the Rome Statute in 1998, disqualifying it from being under the ICC jurisdiction. I know,
They're
right?
pretty upset about that right now.
Yeah. That would be, it's very sad situation.
And I mean, really, the ICC, I think they're being pretty stupid here. If you still have all these countries that are still, haven't been ratified and stuff, and they say you guys trying to flex on everybody, and we're going to go around telling all these nations what to do, and that they can't. These other countries, who's going to ratify it now? Which of the countries that hasn't ratified the agreement is actually going to give these people jurisdiction over them now?
Oh, you have it on their own website. Look, the states parties to the Rome Statute. You go on here, you look through the nations listed, and that's funny. Yeah, and you find that there's one thing missing here. Guess what's missing here? Guess what is missing here? We will never know. Fatwad said also by Ruka, "We Are All Houthis" parody is fire. Yeah, I need to. I think I can't play that guy's music here, but that guy's.
You need to contact him and get permission for us to use his songs and play his songs. He might just say, "Yeah, cool," because some people are like, "Yeah, play my songs," so people hear them. Message him.
Yes.
Message him. Tell him, "Hey, we do shows and we like to play your songs."
It is one of the funniest things I came across recently. I mean, somebody left a comment yesterday on your chat, and which led me to looking it up, and then I listened to the whole Palestinians know how to party song.
Even that one with the Bugatti. He pronounces all the words like Andrew Tate, even though he's doing a different voice, but he's using it with like where the T is almost silent, Bugatti, and then he's pronouncing color as color. Color. What color is your Bugatti?
His accent is so on point.
Bugatti. What color is your Bugatti?
Your Bugatti. What color is your Bugatti? That's funny, man.
This is funny stuff. Funny stuff.
Show him when Farfour shows up. The other one.
Where?
I was in the Palestinian paradise. Or Palestinians know how to party.
Oh yeah. Palestinians know how to party.
You can skim till Farfour shows up.
The beginning is fantastic.
The graphics are awesome too. Like there's Farfour shows up. I love that Farfour just shows up out of nowhere.
I never thought of listening to that song and thinking, Allahu Akbar.
Hello, kids. It's me, Akbar the Akbar.
Akbar the Akbar.
The mouth.
Oh boy.
Funny.
Akbar the Akbar.
This is funny.
Well, dude, that's especially funny. That means he pays attention because one, he's got Farfour the mouse, but two, we're the ones who point out this all came from people from Muslims arguing that Muhammad is mentioned by name in Song of Solomon 5:16, and we pointed out if you're going to say, "Oh, this word kind of sounds the same," well, the Hebrew word for mouse is Akbar. And therefore, when you're saying Allahu Akbar, you're saying Allah is a mouse. But he's aware of that discussion that he's calling that you've got Akbar the Akbar.
Seriously, Israelis or people who speak Hebrew, do you guys notice that, or is that something that is known? That
Oh, so you're asking if they know that when Muslims say Allahu Akbar, hey, it kind of sounds like Allah. It sounds like you're saying Allah's a mouse.
Do you hear that it sounds kind of like mouse? Or yeah, okay. Some people say yes. Huh.
Oh, yeah. Daniel said, yeah, I did notice it.
It's an old joke in Hebrew. Yeah, I did notice that.
That
yes.
One Jewish girl says yes. Okay. Oh, that's funny then. Yeah, yes, we do. That's funny. That's funny. Yes, of course we know. Of course, yes. I thought of that. A tunnel rat god. He's a tunnel rat god.
That's funny. I wasn't even aware that this is.
Yeah, I had never thought of that. I had never thought of that they could actually hear that.
That is funny. That is funny. That is funny. No, lots of people are going, yes. That's funny. That's good to know. That must be a funny thing then when you hear the Adhan.
That is. They're hearing Allah is a mouse. Hey, it's actually been pointed out. Sam pointed out that I think it's the Allahu part actually sounds like in Hebrew. I don't know if he's talking about biblical Hebrew or modern Hebrew or something like that, but he said it sounds like go sucka. And so go suck a. So he's saying it actually sounds like go suck a mouse. when they hear Allahu Akbar. I don't know if that part's true. Does anyone know what I'm talking about here? Because I've only heard that.
Maybe. Let's see.
Gal said Allahu Akbar sounds in Hebrew like the mouse is gone.
Yeah, Zero Atat said yes, but it's not the exact same word, but it rhymes. So a lot of people call it Akbar or mouse instead. Huh. That is funny. That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
They're saying nope to the go sucker part. So I don't know if he's talking about biblical Hebrew, but they're saying it doesn't sound like sucker. Go sucker.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. And with all the responses from Israelis here, we have hereby confirmed that this chat is literally Mossad. So happy to see that. Suroirusu says Israel only ever supplied 5 to 10% of Gaza's water. That cannot be a principled source. So the ICC literally got it wrong. Good start, not. That's a good point. That's an interesting point. That is an interesting point. No, yeah, if it, I don't read Hebrew. Just with that comment, it was kind of easy to guess that that word was probably Akbar, because that's what we were talking about. I just made a wild guess. So, but no, I don't read. I actually bought a thing recently to at least learn the script, because that's how when I was a kid I started learning to read Arabic by just starting with the script at first and identifying which letter is what sound, or which sound is whatever. What have been wanting to do that for a long time. Yeah,
it is kind of funny that they choose this mouse as their representative of Palestine, and they're constantly saying Allahu Akbar, that their God's a mouse. Allah's a mouse.
Maybe this is all deliberate, you know. Celeria Rosencroix says, regarding the U.S. reaction, as I replied to you, the spokesperson is being sarcastic and saying that they implicitly don't support the regime's tyranny. Yeah, there is that one point where in their declaration it is that they say that they ended with standing with the Iranian people and their struggle for freedom and things like that. So that is, of course, one aspect of it. But the whole condolence, you know, actually, you could take that in an interesting way, right? If you think further about this whole statement here, the United States expresses its official condolences for the death of Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, Foreign Minister Amir Abdullahian, and other members of the delegation in a helicopter crash in northwest Iran. As Iran selects a new president, we reaffirm our support for the Iranian people and their struggle for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
As Iran selects a new president, we reaffirm our support for the people and their struggle for human rights.
That is a good point.
This is a good time.
That is a good point.
It's a good time. We get a better leader.
That's a good point. Salman Rushdie says a Palestinian state formed today would be Taliban-like. I don't think it would be Taliban-like. I think it would be ISIS-like. Man, he literally turned into the Dajjal. Jacobin said, you guys think white Christians are becoming more anti-Semitic? I am noticing a lot more Jews kill Christ narratives coming from the American right these days. Quite alarming.
No, I just think it's becoming more acceptable for people to say it, right? In other words, I don't think you have a bunch of new people jumping up going, hey, you know what? I hate Jews. There are already people who had a problem with Jews, and now it's just they can run their mouths about it.
You know what? I really don't like Jews. But you see that the majority, the conservatives in the West, in America, are still very much pro-Israel. There is no big change, but it is certain voices on social media are really taking advantage of the current situation and doing this whole thing like, they actually don't like us. Fox McCloud, fake it till you make it philosophy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ari Wasaman, get it right. It's gropers, not groypers. Yes, I will ban everyone who says groypers instead of gropers.
Yeah, it's offensive.
Yeah,
it's gropers.
If you say groypers and not gropers, I consider this apostasy, and you know what happens when you apostatize. Tauron Touch said, "Hi guys, did you guys remember moi?"
I remember you. Yeah.
Okay. Tarun Touch said, "Happy for Iran that you know." Yes. Happy for Iran. Lots of Iranian people are celebrating around the world. That's fantastic. SMS said, "Second, the idea of reviewing Palestinians know how to party, but also we are the Houthis. Ruka is a Yemenite Israeli. Invite him on." Really? Oh, that makes sense. Now it makes sense.
No, that's I actually got that after we were pointing out the thing about Akbar and so on. It's like, oh, he knows Hebrew. That's why it occurred to him. Because that made more sense than he's following apologetics dealing with dawah. And he's
I did think for a second
it made more
that he might be
sense.
Jewish, but this explanation just puts it all in.
Yeah, so it was after people said, "Oh no, we hear that." Then that became the better explanation, because the first explanation was, "How does he know that we point out that they're actually saying Allah's a mouse?" That's an argument based on that we bring up about Muhammad in the Bible. How is he familiar with that? He must be into these discussions and so on. He must be familiar with the apologetic. Then when everyone's like, "Of course we hear that. It's exactly what it sounds like they're saying," is, oh, that's how he knows that stuff.
Now it makes sense. Yes, last night before I went to sleep, I was looking through his songs, through the music videos, and some of them were like, some of them make fun of Jews and go like very like borderline unacceptable territory. And now it makes sense. It's the typical Jewish, the Jewish sense of humor of making fun of Jews. Now I get it. Because he's just making fun of everything that is out there, of everything, of Nazis, of Islamists, of Andrew Tate. For some reason, my personal favorite, I came across one of these videos, and that was he made a music video about Liechtenstein, the country, and I was like, "What? Why would you make one about Liechtenstein?" But it was just, oh yeah, here. Parody, I don't like Liechtenstein, and this was hilarious to me because I'm a nerd. But yeah,
I want to see someone make fun of Liechtenstein, but rhyme it with Ludwig Wittgenstein, because that's weird that those things rhyme that perfectly.
Yeah. Jews can laugh at themselves. Muslims not so much. I know. This is what was surprising. Lots of people say this. Jewish jokes are very dark. I got that when I went to Israel. I was kind of aware of it a little bit, but when we went to Israel together, and I was a little bit more exposed to it, Mugiwara Luffy said there is a lot of Holocaust jokes. I got that too, and I was exposed to how Israelis chat to each other and send each other Holocaust jokes and things like that. It's like it's funny because as a non-Jewish person, you go there with a sense of thinking that these are sensitive issues, and then you see just Jewish people in Israel being like totally relaxed and being very humorous about quite dark things. It's a fun culture. Yeah, and it reminds me of a sad thing, to be honest, from one of my favorite books, which I have somewhere around here, which is Man's Search for Meaning. When you said one of your favorite, I thought you were going to say movies, and then I thought you were going to say Inglourious Bastards, and then talk about one of those scenes. I'm glad you didn't think I was going to talk about Hitler again.
It reminds me of one of my favorite books, Mein Kampf.
Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. as a Holocaust survivor, he talks about there's this very messed up part where he talks about where he analyzes the psychology of people who are now slowly aware that they are in a death camp and that they are being sent to their deaths whenever they don't serve any proper purpose anymore. So what the Nazis are doing is that they are using lots of these people for labor, and once some of the the people in the concentration camp become physically unfit, unhealthy, and useless to them, they get put on a list, or just set aside to go and get killed. And he's talking about how in their cell or their room, whatever you call it, it became a very well-known joke to, for example, to say to look at each other and say, you're looking a little bit skinny there. I think you're next, or say stuff like that to each other to just then collectively together laugh and make light of the fact that you are possibly about to get killed like all the others who were just killed. And I don't know, he's talking about the bizarre aspect of just finding relief in humor when you're confronted with this inevitable with the situation of not being able to escape the fate of getting killed, mass killed. And I don't know, deep stuff. Yes, very powerful book. Would recommend. It's even a very short book, actually. So that's why I read it. Otherwise, I would never read a book. The books are for losers, as Andrew Tate likes to say. Right, let's continue with the super chats. SMS, second the idea. Celery Rouscon said, notice that I am kind of reading this French thing into your name, which I do deliberately because I like doing the whole fake accents. I'm sorry, Celery. Rosenkrantz. Please forgive me if that's not how you say it. Notice that man admits to using the elderly, children, and women as sacrifices for the sake of fighting Israel. He says that out loud. I know. They have been saying that very openly and very clearly for so long now. And even immediately after October 7, they said that they knew that lots of people would die, and they knew that the population would be, would suffer greatly. But they took that into consideration already because Palestinians are a nation of martyrs, and they are ready to sacrifice the martyrs and this population in order to achieve the final goal of destroying Israel, which has no right to exist. These are their words. This is Hamas speaking. It's not us making it up. It's not Israel making it up. It's Hamas directly saying it. And people don't listen to it and still think, no, they don't want to die. They're just fighting for, freedom and peace and stuff. What peace, man?
Yeah, guys, this is the new paganism. This is the new paganism. And one of the surest signs that someone has gone full pagan is that they are doing child sacrifice. And these guys acknowledge it. They're doing it. It's different. It's different from back in the day where, you'd actually put your child into the burning arms of a statue of Moloch so he could burn to death and so on. But it's the exact same idea. We are showing our supreme devotion to this by sacrificing our children to it.
Yeah.
And so when we say, hey, this is child sacrifice, that's not just us saying it. That's them acknowledging it. Yes, we sacrifice our children on the altar of our hatred of Israel. Yeah. Bunch of pagans, as pagan as you can get.
And then you have another guy among the Hamas leaders who said, again, within the same week of October 7, I believe, or within a few weeks, when they were confronted and asked why they didn't use their funds to build shelter for the civilian population and instead used it to build tunnels. The justification for that was, well, it's not our responsibility to build shelters for the civilian population. We direct our funds to build tunnels so that we can fight Israel. It should be the United Nations and Israel that should make sure that our civilians don't die. We don't care, basically. And from a biblical point of view, why would you not call these people Amalek? Uh, Robert Aldani said, "What do you guys think of Russia's role with Iran, their anti-Semitic culture, and their tenuous relations with Israel? Are they part of the problem?" They are. The funny thing is, Putin was like 20 years ago. He was very much pro-Israel. He said things like that that Israel is to him like an extension, a part of Russia, and that he would never allow Israel to be harmed, especially also for all the Russian Jews over there and things like that. But in the last 20 years, things really, really changed politically. Right now, he's, openly anti-Israel and aligning with the enemies of Israel who pledge that they want death for Israel, like Iran. I mean, if you are in the world, if you are allies with Iran, this is a very big statement already on where you are. He changed a lot, and he is very, very much outright anti-West, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish at this point, it seems, and so on. It's pretty bad. Ben Yehudi Main Netanyahu says, "My favorite Christian, my favorite agnostic duo." Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Fox McCloud, "It's more embarrassing and better to have them in handcuff, no martyr, for them to just long life behind bars." Yeah, but I would want just that one Fatih Hamad. I think he should just die. Mike Roch Winger said Mike Winger doesn't qualify to be a pastor. MHY. Who is MHY?
Oh, that's your boy. Mossab Hassan Yusuf.
Oh.
Mike Winger doesn't even qualify to be a pastor. Get off YouTube. Do something else with yourself. Go to your stupid Star Trek conventions.
Fox McCloud, mock and humiliate them till they cry. Alhamdulillah. Ari Wasman, before Israel, I be tortured to death for years before Jew get nothing out me. Allahu Akbar. After Israel, they take away Quran for 2 minutes. Man. Ben Yehudi. Main Netanyahu said, "What's wrong with Westerners sending condolences for Iran's president, the butcher, and Israel is the monster? AP is right with minds like this, no hope." No, we don't talk like that anymore because people get angry when I say there is no hope. We always have to smile and be cheerful and say, "Oh yeah, things will be good again. Everything will be okay again. No problem. Mass immigration is not a problem. Them wanting to impose Sharia is no problem. Genocide is no problem. Saying death to America is no problem. Everything will be good." That's how I'm supposed to act. Sid Dave said, "Russians don't forgive, don't mess with them." Well, I don't forgive either. Krimo the Dreamo said, "Latest SAT analogy, CIA, Al-Qaeda, Mossad, Hamas." Alhamdulillah. Pretty brutal.
CIA is to
Yes.
CIA is to Al Qaeda as Mossad is to Hamas.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. DCE said, "Thank you for providing humor during this insanity." You're welcome. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's what we do. That's what we have to do. That's what we do. This is not if you are here to get commentary and proper information on things, this is not the place. This is just comedy. It's entertainment. This is a comedy channel. Right, David?
Indeed. That's
See,
what we're here for. We call it improvisational comedy.
Yes. Cars in Depth said, "AP, do you have a mailing address? I want to send you some actual old Israeli shekels taken out of circulation." Oh, yeah. My address is 420 600 Street, Monkey Town. Yes. Thank you. That'll be very fun. Christina says, "It still blows my mind that huge streamers are making fun of Islam, Muslim conspiracy theories." I don't think any huge
Destiny.
streamers would be
Talking
making fun
about
of
Destiny.
conspiracy theories. Nobody would do that. That would be Islamophobic to begin with. Destiny has been very consistently based on that kind of stuff. So that's the good thing. Yeah, somebody wrote down the address. I don't even remember what I just said. Rochester, 426 Hunter Street, Monkey Town. That was just my mind letting it flow.
Everyone, if there's any, just so anyone knows, if there's anyone who actually lives at 420 6th Hunter Street, Monkey Town, you got to move. You got to move or get some security.
I'm sorry, whoever lives there at 426 Hunter Street, Monkey Town. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Celeria Rosencroix said, I have sympathy for them, but because they are brainwashed and exploited by their leaders, I love them and want future generations to have better. See, sometimes I find myself in a place where I think that too and have some empathy. But when you're in the middle of the heat, it's very hard to think about that. While the other side has a gun against your head. Obey said, did you see the IDF soldier get stabbed by Gaza citizen in a coffee shop? He passed, but not before he got the guy. I did not see. I think I saw a headline or something like that. I need to check. Always can send it to me. Ari Wasserman said, these civilians bros. In fact, if it's not too graphic, I would look at it. I mean, obviously it is graphic. But yes, I would like to actually look at that. Ari Wasserman, these civilian bros are partying pretty hard. Looks like rave prostitutes to me. Yeah. This is actually so this for a quite Islamic place, prostitution is quite open and visible in Gaza, where you have here, I don't know how many of them are there, like 50, I don't know, 100, 200, 300, I don't know how many hundred of prostitutes there are. But yeah, this is basically rave prostitutes. By the way, to provide context here, so when these innocent civilians here gently touch the body of an Israeli occupier here, well, they're just trying to wake him up and to send a message that they are being peaceful and that they want to be friends.
Yeah, it's basically like it's the Gazan version of CPR.
Yeah, or just hello, hey, wake up. See, isn't it clear that they just want peace? Why are people so bigoted? I don't get it. All they want is peace. Why am I looking at a 49? Why am I? Is this actually Jonathan?
Is that him actually skateboarding?
49. I will be 49 next month. Figured I'm allowed my midlife crisis. This should be viral if this is actually him. Wait, that is him.
When you said he's about to turn 49, I'm like, gosh, this guy's only a few months older than I am.
49.
I mean, so I was thinking, I thought he was older, but then I see him skateboarding. I'm like, crap, I can't do that. I would have broke my neck right there. I would have slipped and fallen, broken my neck.
Pretty impressive.
What would you think if you did one of those spins?
That'll be beast.
Super beast.
Interesting. That's pretty nice. Can you imagine 49-year-old grandpa almost dead?
Mm-hmm. Yep. One foot in the grave,
yeah.
The other foot on a skateboard.
Wow.
That should be his book. That should be his biography. 1 foot in the grave, the other on my skateboard.
Sheikh Mike Winderlin said David can be all tsun about it, but it's obvious he's a Trekkie. Real recognizes real, and he knows even more about Star Trek than most Arabian Trek.
If you want to make fun of people effectively, you got to learn some of this stuff. So you have to actually watch Star Trek to make fun of all the freaking nerds who watch it.
Yeah. I want to add that song to this video. That's that song. He was a skater boy. You probably don't know that song because you're old.
I do not know that song.
Yeah, it's from Avril, from the early 2000s. Lonnie Crow said, difference between Gaza and Israel. If a truck full of naked Palestinian women were to enter Habima Square in Tel Aviv, the driver would be the one who doesn't survive. Dark. Lucid said, I just realized the hadiths are basically Muhammad fan fiction. Can't wait for AP to read this in his fake culturally appropriate Texas accent. It is cultural appropriation, isn't it? I just realized the hadiths are basically Muhammad fanfic.
Yeah, that's actually it's pretty standard among Joshua Little pointed this out in his dissertation. That there are lots of non-Muslims who have gone into Quran studies. There are very few who've gone into Hadith studies. And so he actually points out that it's a field you can get into and actually read everything that's been written on it, because there hasn't been a lot of Western scholarly academic investigation of the Hadiths. And so you can actually read everything that's basically been written on the subject. But yeah, non-Muslim scholars have a very, very, very low view of the reliability of the Hadiths, and they basically view it as fan fiction.
That's based. Yeah,
it's very based.
Very, very weird fan fiction. Like, oh yeah, this is our hero. Let's talk about how he would like to have sex with all his wives, and one of them was 9 years old, and he would put all them seeds on his dress. Cars in Depth said, you skipped my super chat about the caliphate. I didn't skip any super chat.
Seriously, scumbag? You skipped it? What the heck? Skipping people's stuff?
I didn't skip anything at all here.
Then you're a liar, Cars in Depth. He didn't skip anything.
I didn't skip nothing. Nutters, hey, what's up, Nutters? Nutters is my favorite. This guy looks like a massive nerd, and even Mike Winger viewer, but clearly isn't as nerdy as AP.
Isn't as nerdly AP. Nerdly AP. Get it right.
Oh, nerdly AP. Okay. I bet David doesn't even know what the dates 867 1444 1836 1936 all have in common, but AP probably does.
Do you know what this is about?
Yes, I do.
Huh?
You wouldn't know.
I'll tell you 867.
You don't know.
867, Battle of York. Northumbria took on the Viking hordes. 1444, Battle of Varna. Ottomans beat Hungary. 1836, Battle of the Alamo. 1936, Hitler assembles his forces on the border with France. Bam. Now, what do they actually have in common?
Wait, but I think that was actually accurate, wasn't it? Because that was 1444
What?
is the turn of
What I said about the battles, yes, that was accurate.
Yes. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. Pretty sure that Nutters is actually
what do those numbers mean?
making this comment because these numbers all represent the starting point of 4 different sort of grand strategy video games that are all based on these historical events.
Oh,
where they start out.
Oh, it's from a video. I figured it was from a video game or some crap like that.
Yeah. One of those is Crusader Kings, the other is Europa Universalis, the other is Victoria, and the other is Hearts of Iron. Those are the 4 games. This is kind of the historical nerd stuff that nerds like me like to play, and like Nutters. Yeah. Tarun Taj, but yes, that's actually funny. I always knew you were agnostic, not atheist. You're kind and humble, not arrogant and wicked, AP. Atheism is for people like Harris and Ehrman. Just because you are
Well,
to say that I'm an atheist today. So
yeah, and also
How
it
about
was
that?
clear that your brain is more like the brain of a mule than of a donkey.
Alhamdulillah. Yes. Celeria. That is correct, AP. Let's go Paradox. Woo. I'm not sure what you said correct to my listing of these games, because they were all made by Paradox, or if you're just celebrating that together with my reference to your name, please let me know. This is very important. Here you are again. Celeria Rosencroix said you'd probably compare to Amorites, not Amalekites. And David will now explain to us why.
I think the Amorites were the Moloch worshippers.
Oh yeah, I didn't go by that. I didn't go by that. I'm just going by the prime wickedness and the reminders of remember Amalek. Remember what Amalek did to you. Brett said, did you watch Black Hawk Down from Belgium European Union? Did I watch Black Hawk Down? Isn't it like an old thing? No, I haven't.
I saw Black Hawk Down.
I didn't see
Black
it.
Hawk Down. It's not that old. That's like what, around? I mean, I saw it in early 2000, so it must have come out before that.
Really? Black Hawk? Oh yeah, 2001. Okay, never seen it.
Pretty
Belgium.
dope movie. True story. True story too.
How about no?
Tauren said, okay, now jokes about atheism aside, why did Putin change? Because of geopolitics and rejection from Western world and the rejection of the Western world to agree with his demands to reintroduce certain regions and certain cultures that were prior to his time part of Russia into the Russian sphere of influence or into Russia directly. The Western world didn't want to play like that, and he didn't like that. And now he's making excuses, saying, well, the NATO, they expanded, and they were not supposed to expand. They promised no more expansion, but now they're expanding. And we in Mother Russia, we will not tolerate this.
Hey, what's up with Armin, man?
What is it?
I just looked up. I was like, oh, let me see what Armin is saying about the Iranian copter thing. And I can't see him saying anything. Is he doing something? Is he busy?
He's not posting anything?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like, hey, I want to see what Armin's got to say about this.
He's probably talking about it on his on the channel on Atheist Republic. I was messaging.
Yeah, but I went to his channel and I went to Atheist Republic. I didn't see anything about it.
I don't know. I was chatting with him yesterday. He was very happy about the death of Racy. So
that's messed up that you shared that detail, because he might have wanted to portray himself as sincerely broken up about it.
No, I know for a fact that Armin was like very, very happy about the death of Ibrahim Raisi. So
that's one of his. Well, that's a fellow Iranian there, man. Why would he be happy?
Well, I know for a fact that he was very, very happy.
He may have been crying. He may have been crying on the inside. You don't know.
He was very happy, very, very happy. Apostate, prostate, proud Irishman said, AP, do you have a mailing address? I want to send you some shekels. It's actually a mail bomb. Yes.
I want to send you some shekels. It's actually a mail bomb. That's funny.
Sajala Amal Cooley, George Clooney's wife, is a big part of the reason that Netanyahu was being prosecuted. the prosecutor actually went and asked her to be part of the panel and give her opinion on the issue, and she did. And the funny thing is that she was being pressured by people left and right repeatedly to say something in support of Palestine, and she didn't. And people were calling her out and saying, "Oh, look at this! She's betraying us. She's not saying anything against Israel." And now they are celebrating her because she helped with this ICC arrest warrant request. And by celebrating that, they are not at all helping fight the narrative that there is some major bias involved here. But of course, when the bias is against Israel, then it's acceptable, you know. So that's that.
No more movies for George Clooney.
Christina
No
AP.
more Batman.
Christina says, AP, why are you so negative about the future of Islam? But David Wood is extremely positive. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't think the European people and Western people in general are as smart as I thought they are. But I don't know. I wish for the best. You know what I'm saying? David, what do you say?
Islam's a joke. It's crumbling from within. All the screaming and chest thumping is a bunch of tantrums because they know the avalanche of apostasy. Avalanche of apostasy is about to overtake their precious birth rate advantage. They're crumbling everywhere, crumbling in Iran, crumbling in the Middle East. Dawa, their entire defense right now is the biggest bunch of liars and morons the world has ever seen, and no way it lasts. No matter how many Sneekos and Andrew Tates they cling to.
Yeah, I feel generally a little bit disappointed, and it's disheartening to see all the insanities that are going on social media.
Yeah.
And
Yo. Just let me see if I have your view correct. Your view would not be, oh, Islam is so strong that it's going to dominate us no matter what. It's people are so freaking stupid and insane that even this thing that's falling apart, they're not going to be able to stand against it because people suck really bad and they're stupid and insane and destroying each other. I don't realize there's this thing that's about to eat them alive. And as long as people are this stupid and insane, they can't stand against that thing. Something like that.
Pretty much. I don't think that at any point in time, Islam will be like a governing, ruling power over us or over the people or something like that in the West. I don't think that it's. I don't think that there is any possibility for something like that to happen. However, it can bring a lot of pain, and it can bring a lot of pain, and pain that could have been avoided so long ago, that can still be reduced, but people are just so blind to it that they allow it to happen, and they don't listen to people when they tell them what Islam is and what Islamist organizations look for and aspire for. Now, one scenario is it is entirely possible that, for example, in a future UK, there would be a very serious, large Islamist party actually rallying, advocating for, and introducing laws that are Islamic and that will bring restrictions for the British people, and will lead to hostilities, to fighting. In fact, it is entirely possible that there would be a separatist Islamist movement within the UK wanting to establish, a separate Islamist or Islamic, state governance or something within this land, within the land of the UK, for example. The UK is just one of those examples. And of course, I'm not saying I think it's definitely going to happen, but it's totally possible for something like that to happen, especially given the way things are going right now and given the blindness that people always respond with when it comes to Islam. Yep. That said, in the end, it will fall and fail because it is ridiculously dumb. But why allow all this stupid suffering when you have brilliant cultures? I mean, don't you realize that Europe is great, and Europe was made great because of European standards and European values and European judgments and the European way of thinking and working and living and all that? Why bring this unnecessary, ridiculous suffering from the failed world into the wonderful world and mess it all up? Why? I just don't get it. Bear Lamb says Islam has its own problems, just like Christianity. The Catholic Church has committed many atrocities against young children. I don't get the beginning of this comment at all, but yes, definitely, yeah, there are definitely things that are happening within that, which are different topics that need to be addressed and dealt with. Yes. Matt Silva says, "Hey, AP, are you ready to become a good Christian Stalin like us?"
Hang on, little slight difference there. Little slight difference. You can't
Yes.
overlook that in Islam, when you have the problems with little kids, it's because it's taught in Islam that it's okay to bang little kids.
Yes.
In Christianity, Jesus said it's better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck and be tossed into the ocean than messing with these little kids. So, kind of a difference there. So, in other words, you can have a pervert from any background who does messed up stuff.
Yes.
When you actually promote it as a good thing, you're dealing with a different situation here.
Yes, I do think that just from a psychological perspective, that there is just a fundamental problem within Catholicism, and I'm sorry to say this, but that celibacy is just not something that a natural, regular human can actually healthily live with, and that some of those consequences come from the whole the attempt to actually impose such a life.
Yeah, there should be more of a vetting process. Like if someone wants to be celibate for their entire life, yeah, totally up to you. But yeah, you might want to be careful about about who you send down that path. Are they going to actually able to keep that up? And if it's a situation where you take your vows and you can't, you're not going to have a relationship with an adult, and you think, oh, I'll just mess around with these little kids. Yeah, you need to make sure you've got a system in place for weeding people out like that.
Yeah. Teesbot said, do you think there is any truth to claims of Israeli oppression of Palestinians? I am pro-Israel, by the way. Depends on how you define oppression. It's a very vague question. I would say that no. So there certainly is no deliberate attempt to oppress the Palestinian population. There are, however, restrictions imposed in order to prevent severe harm, and in order to take safety measures which may be perceived as oppressive, that are a necessary part of a war, for example, or different operations. But oppression is very vague, needs to be defined further. But again, and that just leads back to this whole issue. The ICC, for example, the ICC prosecutor says that Israel has committed certain actions that endanger or lead to extermination because they perceive the population of Gaza as a threat. But then you look at data like this, which we just talked about, of 70% of Palestinians support Hamas's October 7 terror attack. And then you look at footage that I just played over and over again of civilians celebrating the killing and the hostage taking, and you ask yourself, why does Israel perceive these people as a threat?
Yeah,
and how should they act?
Yeah, it's similar to the question, like, is there American oppression of Muslims in America? You could point to things. You could say, hey, after the 9/11 attacks, there were people who had nothing to do with the attacks, who were, sort of focuses of investigations and so on. You could point out to where, oh, this woman had her hijab tugged on by a person in a grocery store. So you could point to things like that, and you could say, so if you're defining oppression like that, you could say things. But I mean, overall, you'd say no. So yeah, you'd have to. So it would be similar in Israel. You got people. You certainly have people who are very suspicious of Palestinians for reasons and so on. You can have people who are not nice to Palestinians and so on. But is there like this mass oppression of the people? No, I'd say the situation the people the Palestinians are in is because of themselves. If they didn't, if they'd taken the two-state solution the 787 times they were offered one, and focused on building up their land instead of digging tunnels and making things to hurl rockets over at Israel, situation would be very different right now. Probably be neighbors, good neighbors.
As said, 1948 is when the Zionist founders of the modern state of Israel have it in written form in their discussions, in their notes, of how they assume that a neighboring Arab state will be established, and or they say that the Arab population outside the state of Israel will likely establish another state, and they will possibly call it Palestine. So we should not use that name in our international form. We should stick to Israel, and we should also stick to something that will not antagonize the Arab population living inside Israel. So the founders of the modern state of Israel were taking into consideration the feelings of the Arabs inside their state, and were also totally accepting of the idea that there will be a neighboring Arab state, possibly, and they were okay with that. That's what they were going with. That was the plan. And what did the other side do? They decided to declare a war instead, and to say, we want all of this. All of it is ours. It has been the same consistently.
And yeah, how's that working out for you? AP, seriously, if so you have the British, they controlled the land. Western powers defeated the Ottoman Empire, World War I, World War II. They decide, let's divide up this land. We're going to give this tiny little piece right here. Tiny little piece. That's going to be Israel. Here's this other area that's going to be something else. If the other side had just said, well, you know what? We may not like some of this. We may not like this, but it actually makes sense that the Jews can have a little plot of land, seeing as how there was just a genocide, and there's all these people right down here who want to finish the genocide and completely exterminate them. We completely understand why you guys want to be under the control of your own little plot of land. So let's all try to get along the best we can. Yeah, there are going to be some bad feelings, but we'll get past it, and we'll try to become good neighbors.
Yep.
Do you think Israel would have been happy to be good neighbors? I think so.
Yes.
I think the world would be very different right now. So why do you have to have this obsession?
Because there was even the suggestion to simply create one single state in which neither side is the one in charge. This was the British suggestion, the idea that there would be one state called Palestine, which one side could call Palestine, the other side could call Land of Israel or Palestine, and then the both sides would have mutual respect and autonomy in this land to rule over to make their own laws and rule over and govern over each other or over their own people and so on, and live in peace together. The Zionist side, the Jewish side, they thought, okay, this sounds bad, but maybe we can work with it. Despite the fact that the Arabs were the majority. The Arab side said, no, we don't want that. We want all of this land, and we want all of it to be ours, and we want to be in charge of it. There should be no autonomy for any Jews or anything like that. They have had this obsession, this ridiculous, stupid greed for all of this land will be ours or else the entire time. And what did that bring? Where did it get them? in the end they will end up with nothing. You could have at some point agreed to simply having half or almost more than half of the land, actually, which was also offered, which the Jewish side accepted. But no, they want more and more and more and more and more and more and more, and eventually they end up with nothing at all. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. Ari Wasserman said, Patrick bet David Wood needs a blood-colored Bugatti. Tarun said, isn't that good of Putin? Also, you guys watched mine. No, I didn't, but thank you. Nutters said, AP the type of a dude to make an Adolf LARP civilization in Stellaris and buy slaves just to end them. SMH, typical Turkish atheist who reads Mein Kampf. This is true, I did do that, actually. On all of the accounts, I did all of those things you just mentioned. This is true. Stellaris is also a game, but David, you wouldn't.
I gathered that. I'm not familiar with it, but I gathered that.
Yeah.
Let's just say Stellaris may be a good game, but it's no Galaga.
There you go.
It's no pole position.
There you go.
It's no Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, there you go.
It's no Final Fantasy.
It's no Super Mario Bros.
Or Super Mario Brothers 2.
Or
Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yeah. Or Super Mario World.
That one I didn't play. I beat 1, 2, and 3. I don't know about Super Mario World. I don't even know what language you're speaking.
I think there's Super Mario World and there's Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. That was the first
No
game.
idea what you're talking about.
That was on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, never had a Super Nintendo.
John, that was my first console that I had. It's funny. John said, AP, when did you switch from atheist to agnostic and what changed your mind?
He literally just talked about that during a live stream.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
John is somebody who doesn't watch your channel.
Well, who cares what you're at? Well, who cares what your stupid questions are, John? Go away. No one likes you. Don't watch my channel. I just watch AP, and then I ask the same thing that AP already talked about on David's channel yesterday because I don't like David because he's a Christian. Well, then you get no answer. Bye. Bye, Felicia.
I talked about it briefly because the question came up. Yeah. I might talk about it. I'm going to talk about it again at some time when I'm in the mood for it. I'm almost about to end this.
Hey, no. Look, dude, here's what you do. You make a video. You make a video titled, Why I'm No Longer an Atheist, but an Agnostic in Search of the Truth. Is it in the Quran? And show yourself looking at the Quran. 1 million views.
No.
You can become one of these guys like Bobby's World or all these other grifters, and I'm really becoming interested in Islam. It's starting. Guys, let me post all these questions. What should I read from the Quran?
I did think before that maybe I should try out an experiment where I publicly, in a very believable way, slowly pretend to question all my doubts in Islam and then publicly declare that I'm I think going back to Islam and becoming a Muslim. And I would think it would even be part of the plan that I actually will lose a lot of my audience and a lot of people will say, wow, I really didn't expect this from you. But I would just go through with it. And this would be like a long plan for several weeks or maybe even a month.
No, do it for years.
And then just
wait till all the Dawa donations have come in. And just use it to destroy Islam.
Just to mess with the Dawa community and the Muslims, and then to eventually say, I had this plan all along, and it was all just a game. I got you. So, but then I thought, why in the world would I do that? Nada says, AP, the type of dude who plays Germany in Hearts of Iron 4 and puts Poland.
It doesn't say Hearts of Iron 4. It says Hoi 4.
Hoi 4 puts Poland on harsh occupation to make it more historical. SMH, unbelievable. This is true. I did do that. I did all the most messed up things in these games. Yeah. I also played Crusader Kings is a game where you can act like these people actually live their family lives and do all kinds of personal plots against each other and things like that, and their family members. And there's even like you can enslave people, you can like torture them and execute them. You can do incest and stuff like that.
Wow.
Like I decided at some point that I should create a fictional kingdom, which would be like the incestuous kingdom of
hey,
of something, and then everyone is just intermarrying and everyone is having diseases and is crippled.
Hey,
these are very interesting games.
Hey, I was telling you, I have one of my sons is clearly a psychopath. He doesn't have any normal reactions to anyone. One day I was sitting there watching him. I'm on my laptop and stuff, and he's playing a video game, and I look up, and it's one of these like kingdom building adventure games and stuff. But I saw him, and he's going by a town, and it specifically comes up, this is a poor town. These people have nothing, so there's nothing to take. And then he invades, kills him, and burns the place to the ground. I'm sitting there looking, going, why did he just do that, right? And then he goes to the next town. It's another poor town. He kills everyone, burns that place to the ground, gets nothing out of it. And I go, Blaze, what are you doing? What are you doing killing all these people and taking all their stuff? And they're nothing. They're poor. They're poor and they're hungry, and you're destroying them. And he goes, and he looks over at me like this. He goes, they're poor and hungry? I'll put them out of their misery then. I was back to playing. I was like, oh, crap. I'll put them out of their misery. Oh, boy.
But games are actually like, even for people who are have a lot of empathy and stuff, games are an interesting outlet to do weird things. Yeah. Oh my God. Senior Monk said AP described Pakistan. Okay. Yep. Not gonna add the context there. Oh, Michael G, that's Crusader Kings for you. Exactly. That's what people do. That's what they do. Pakistan. John, AP, RC Sproul. I saw statistics recently which showed that the majority of, like 60% of people of marriages in Pakistan are cousin marriages. Or 60% of kids are born from cousin marriages. John said AP, RC, that explains a lot. RC Sproul converted to Christianity after reading Ecclesiastes 11:3. Who is RC Sproul?
RC Sproul?
Yeah.
Famous, famous Christian.
Oh.
Famous Christian writer.
Beast. Well, Ecclesiastes is the only book that I read repeatedly. So, from the Bible. It's kind of funny that I would do that. You know what's funny? Because I read that at some point when I was reading a bunch of existentialist stuff from Nietzsche and others, and where I was going to Sartre and all the other weirdos, and then I came across Ecclesiastes, which I opened and started reading again, and it's like, wait a minute, this kind of like the things that it talks about are so familiar to all the stuff that I have been reading for weeks now, but a totally different direction, and I kind of liked where it was going, so I started really liking that book and read it repeatedly. Bunny said people who fall for Islam are the same folks who would shill an MLM in 2024. Are those still a thing? The MLMs?
Don't know what that is.
What are those?
I know what M&Ms are.
MLM is a multi-level marketing business, also called pyramid schemes. Why don't they just call it pyramid schemes? Ecclesiastes is called what, Kohelet, I think, in Hebrew, isn't it? In the Hebrew Bible. Adi Wasserman said, all I know is it's never going to be the Jew K. Oh yeah, the UK, the UK. Yes. No, it's going to be the it's going to be the UC. The United
UC?
Caliphate. Yeah, it's going to be the United Caliphate, the UC.
UC.
Ari Wasserman, there's a documentary called The Longest Hatred in which a Palestinian complains about my father who was a refugee since 1948. For 50 years. Israel turned 50 in 1998. That interview was in 1990. That's funny.
For 50 years.
Yeah, people tell me on Twitter nowadays every day, "Oh, Israel has been occupying Gaza for 75 years." Okay, thank you for showing us that you don't know anything about the history. Thanks. Thank you very much. Tesbot, strike me that people are arguing for Palestine always seem to be lying. Remind me of Al-Dawa, etc. Yes,
we pointed that out before, but yeah, if you believe you have a legitimate case, why do you need to lie and make things up? That's the question. And so whenever I hear someone lying to make their case, it's like, I don't think you really think you have a good case. Like the Dawa guy, it is similar to the Dawa guys when they have to make things up to argue their point. It's like, if you really thought you had a good case, why wouldn't you present what you think is a good case rather than lying?
Alhamdulillah. That's true. What were we saying? David, notice that David, the type of guy who says Hoi 2 is better than Hoi 4 because he's an old nerd and can't get behind the good new games. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, the controllers are way harder than they used to be.
Yeah.
On the Atari, you had a joystick and one button, and then Nintendo came out, and that was like extra tricky because then you had A and B and the directions and the select and start, and then I got used to it for Call of Duty zombie mode with the triggers and stuff like that. But yeah, it's I can't get it takes a while to catch on to.
For these games, David, you don't use the controller. You use the
you talk about nerd computers,
keyboard and the mouse, and control an entire
like solitaire, like playing solitaire on a computer.
Yes, exactly like that.
Or Minefield.
Yes.
Or Minesweeper. It's Minesweeper, it's called.
Yeah, these games are basically like Minesweeper. Ari Wasserman said, Andrew Tate lies in state, I can rap too. Yeah. I can rap too. Notice that AP, the type of dude who gets a perfect circle achievement in Crusader Kings 3, while David is a type to get saint and above God achievement. I think one of those is where you actually subjugate the Pope and make him obey you or something like that, or you take over the papacy.
These are the games you guys play? No wonder you all are so screwed up.
No, these are actually really like historical games, like games on history, where you can like explore all kinds of alternative history or just play it according to history.
Crusader Kings sounds like a good interesting game. I wouldn't mind going to war. I wouldn't mind going to war.
It's an amazing game, but it's such a game where your whole thing is like involved in the strategy of whatever nation you're in charge of, but also in like you pick a certain character in history or create your own custom character, and you basically live the actual life of that character, of that king or whatever.
You like have to go to the bathroom as that character and stuff.
Yeah. No, you don't get to the bathroom.
Kind of nerdy.
But like I don't know, exploring that character and having actual like like relationships with other kingdoms and things like that, and having children and things like that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Hey, the only other modern game I played besides Black Ops Zombie mode was Halo Wars, where I would be the aliens because I like going after the humans, and I would get a character who's me called Brute Chieftain, and I would be Brute Chieftain, but I have all my army as well. So I played that before.
Beast. That's beast. Leslie Bones said, it turns out that self-defense is a crime according to the anti-Semitic code on injustice. Well. If people are coming to kill you, you're not supposed to just kill them back. Can't do that. Can't fight back. Notice that AP the type of dude who still plays Wow.
Imperial Rome.
Wow.
Or Imperome.
Notice that's actually a pretty good guess. Honestly. I could show you my Steam interface right now, and you will see that I actually have this game installed on my computer because I actually still play it. That is correct. Yes, I am that nerd. Imperator Rome. Notice that AP, the type of dude who posts his Hoi 4 tanks, templates, and encirclements on Reddit. Nope. GoTop said a Pakistani family tree is a wreath.
Wreath. It's a wreath.
Wreath.
It's a circle.
wreath. It's a wreath.
It's
Okay,
a
that's
big
what it's
circle.
called. Yeah. That's funny. Notice says David AP are the type to do a Tate Groiper nation. Taro and Touch, y'all should watch some Dollar Man. I don't know what the hell that is.
I think Nutters is the type of guy who plays Duck Hunt on the original Nintendo, but gets a little tiny TV screen so that when he shoots, he can't actually miss the ducks. Oh, snap. I actually did that once. I was like, what if I hook this up to a tiny little TV so I can't actually miss? And I realized I could have broken the all-time world record on that thing.
Alhamdulillah. That's some beautiful stuff. That's some beautiful, beautiful stuff. Not as just remember, guys, we keep donate, they stay alive. No, we're not staying alive. Not staying alive. Duck Hunt based, said Darren Plass. All right, gotta go. I will be kind of not very active and will be in the background this whole week and stuff. So David will be more active this week, I think. He's taking advantage of the fact that I'm no longer here. He's like, finally, I can do whatever I want.
Finally have some good shows.
Yeah.
Without all this yapping the entire time. Can actually get into some meaningful stuff.
Yes. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Oops. Thanks everybody for watching. That's funny. What did I do? Thanks everybody for watching. Have a fantastic day. I will be back very soon. And we'll see you all soon. Stay well, stay healthy, stay good. To hell with the terrorists. And as always,
stay away from Islam.